Hello everybody, wrong layer, that layer. Hi! So here we are. We finally arrived at the end of episode 7, which means that we are almost done with Umineko. We got one more episode left after this, and then a bonus stream after that, but as you can note, that's not a whole lot left to go. It's sad, because on one hand I've been enjoying this so much, but it's also exciting to get to the end of this long road, and who knows, there may be another long road to come after this one, but I'll let you guys wonder about what that may mean until we get to the end of this one. Before we start, I want to go ahead and let you know, by the way, that while I have been usually doing a week break between each episode, there will be no week break next week. Even though this is the end of episode 7 this week, episode 8 will start in earnest next week. There will be no break. We will continue. So, just so you know, lock the fuck in. We're going. We're going until we finish this shit. So, that being said, why don't we go ahead and get episode 7 wrapped up? We got a long night ahead of us for both your feelings and my vocal cords. So without further ado, the witch illusion scatters. Our Habaki Gaming with the $5. I'm happy for perhaps the most Frederica of all Fridays. Perhaps today the theorists will know how nice I have been to them up until now. Oh yeah. Yep. And that is the end of my tale. Oh, you're ending it there? But aren't the next 2 years the fun part?
We don't need them. After all, we've heard in the past games about your inner conflict and how you suffered. You don't need to say anymore.
You mean the conflict of the furniture with incomplete souls? There was a duel. The result had almost been decided. However, the year 1986 was incredibly merciless.
I'll bet you cursed your fate.
Yes. If it had been 1 year sooner, or else 1 year later.
The duel would have been settled, though in different forms.
Silently, Claire hung her head. If only I had been given time. Or else, if I hadn't been given time to think and agonize. I curse everything. Why did it have to be 1986? I decided to delegate my fate. Delegate it? Like the ritual by which I inherited everything from the previous head. I decided to put myself in the hands of that fate called a miracle. It may be more accurate to say that I entrusted my fate to a spin of the roulette. We, could not even decide our own fate. So we let fate decide everything for us. Perhaps someone's efforts would be rewarded. Or perhaps all would be joined and set free. Or perhaps someone would be kind enough to put a stop to this lunacy. No matter which fate the roulette chose, I plan to obey its ruling. I would not resist fate. After all, whenever I have tried in the past, fate has always been heartless to me. Claire hung her head and let a single tear drop down. Humans will carelessly say that people have infinite possibilities. However, the Endless Witch knows how limited those possibilities really are. So within the limits of her fate, she tried to find the infinite. By entrusting her fate to God, she tried to find the infinite. However, this did not mean that she abandoned her fate, because she spun fate's roulette with an unshakable and uncertain will. A certain fate where absolutely no one could escape if the epitaph was not solved. With it, she sealed up the island, herself included, October 4th and 5th, 1986, were sealed away by an absolute and certain will, and she entrusted herself to one of the fates that could be chosen in that short span of time on that island.
And now, my confession truly is over. This should be enough to find the motive for the crime. If you still do not know, I will say no more. It's not as though anyone could understand my heart anyway.
Yeah, there's no need to say anymore.
After watching how I wandered into a dead end of fate, Leon, do you see how great a hope you represent to me? I'm a different possibility for you. The fact of your happiness makes me jealous, but to an even greater degree, it shines brightly in my eyes and makes me smile. You were a possible future. Right now, that fact is my salvation.
The Digital Dream Club with $20 finally caught up after Optimistic Duelist got me into this 3 months ago. Thank you so much for bringing this story to life with your amazing vocal performance. I've always wanted to read Umineko, and you've made it happen. Thank you so much.
I live
With enough happiness for both of us. I'm glad I got to meet you once. At the end. You have my thanks, Lady Berncastel. I'm just carrying out your funeral. There's no need to thank me. Well, it's about time to end this. It's about time to send the dead to the land of the dead. Yes, this is my funeral after all. It's time for me to go back to where I belong. Don't make that face. And please, rejoice that you are not me. After all, I rejoice in that fact as well.
I'll live life for the both of us.
Thank you. Live in happiness, and someday find yourself a wonderful person. I pray that you live as a human, without awakening as a witch. That you have a whole and single soul, and love one person with all your strength. I hope you live your life like that. Okay. Wilson, I thank you for being an observer. You aren't the one I truly wanted to understand me, but you have saved my heart.
I understand you. I don't ignore the heart.
Thank you. So now that I have a splendid observer who understands me, I want to entrust my final moments to you.
Are you sure?
Yes. For me, the important thing is whether the person understands me, not how well I know them. The one I wanted to understand me didn't. A person with no connection to me did. There's nothing sad about it. On the contrary, the fact that a person with no relation to me was still able to understand me is a miracle that I feel grateful for. You were a good observer, and the only one who has managed to understand me. That connection is strong enough.
All right.
I offer my heart to you, nameless and wonderful observer. Leon, get back. Huh? What's going to happen? A mystery story can't meet its death, unless the detective performs the last rites.
Will just stopping your heart be enough?
When you mourn the dearly departed, do you just put their heart into the coffin?
Got it. That which was born from the earth will return to the earth. I'll return all of you to the earth.
Earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, illusions to illusions, and dreams to dreams.
Right.
Then let us begin. This is my burial.
Whenever you're ready.
Let us start, in the manner of the end of my final game.
Light gathered at Will's back
and a sword materialized there. Slowly, he drew it out. Its pitch-black tip, which could neatly slice apart truth from fiction, swung once, leaving a black trail, and then again leaving a white trail.
I'll cut the truth out from fiction. Come.
Following Will's lead, a similar sword appeared in Claire's hand. Its tip glinted silver, the opposite of Will's. First game, first twilight. 6 corpses in the gardening shed.
Illusions to illusions. The corpse that cannot return to Earth returns to illusions.
Will's pitch-black slash cut across Claire's body at an angle. The blade passed through her like she was water, but its tip sent golden flower petals scattering. First game, second twilight. 2 corpses are close together in a locked room protected by a chain.
Illusions to illusions. A chain of illusions can imprison only illusions.
Love and Life Today 235 with the $10. Words are hard, but I wanted to say thank you for this whole journey. I usually run from painful stories because of trauma, but y'all, chat included, have taught me the beauty in connecting. Aw, thank you so much. I'm glad you like it. The razor-thin black blur sent golden flower petals scattering again. First game, fourth twilight. The old head from the locked room study, confined in a scorching furnace.
Illusions to illusions. Let the man of illusions go to where he belongs.
First game, fifth twilight. The last moments of the boy who offered his chest to a stake.
Illusions to illusions. The witch and stake of illusions can pierce naught but illusions.
First game, sixth, seventh, and eighth twilights. 3 corpses lying in the locked room of the singing girl.
Illusions to illusions. Illusions of the blind girl's song. Illusion of a locked room.
Yuri Cannibalism with the $5. Earth to Earth, Illusions to Illusions. Time to see the answer sheet. Well done. Yes, you really are splendid.
That was a risky game from the very start. What would you have done if he'd insisted on seeing your face and just stepped inside?
That's what it means to entrust yourself to fate.
And that's the roulette you were talking about.
Let us continue. Second game, first twilight. 6 with their stomachs split in the locked room chapel.
Illusions to illusions. The gold truth locks the lock of illusions.
Second game, second twilight. Even the corpses of the 2 who are close cannot be close.
Illusions to illusions. Illusions who have fulfilled their role do not leave a corpse.
Second game, fourth, fifth, and sixth twilights. In Natsuhi's locked room, none are left alive.
Earth to Earth. No one would dispute that a coffin is a locked room.
Also says our Habaki Gaming with the $5. Probably my favorite sequence in Umineko. It's a pretty good one. Second game, 7th and 8th twilights. The 2 sliced to death by the red-eyed phantom.
Earth to Earth. Illusions to illusions. No illusion can create a corpse.
Every time the blade passed through Claire's body, golden flower petals flew everywhere. Bit by bit, the petals covering her heart were being torn away. The witch illusion was scattering. Third game, first twilight. 6 corpses connected by the linked locked rooms.
Illusions to illusions. In a locked room ring, the end and the beginning overlap.
Third game, second twilight. The corpse of mother and child lie together in the rose garden.
Earth to Earth. No falsehoods in their final moments as told.
Third game, fourth, fifth, and sixth twilights. 3 corpses lying in the mansion.
Earth to Earth. No falsehoods in their final moments as told.
3rd game, 7th and 8th twilights. The corpse of husband and wife lie exposed under the arbor.
Earth to Earth. The obvious culprit wields the Blade of Impermanence.
Fourth game, first twilight. A massacring storm sweeps through the dining hall.
Illusions to illusions. Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions.
Fourth game, second twilight. The 2 young ones face their trials and pass away together.
Illusions to illusions. Tales woven by the gold truth return to illusions.
Fourth game, 4th, 6th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th twilights. None of the runaways are left alive.
Earth to Earth. Illusions to illusions. Silent corpses, adorned by fiction.
Fourth game, 9th twilight. And none shall be left alive.
Earth to Earth. Illusions to illusions. Fiction locked inside a cat box becomes truth.
Over and over again, Claire's body was sliced by the pitch-black sword. As proof, the chapel was now filled with golden flower petals, which danced around like gold snow. Digimaniac 33 with the $25. Earth to Earth, Illusions to Illusions, Dreams to Dreams. May the Golden Witch Beatrice rest well.
It's beautiful.
Who wouldn't want their last moments to be like that? The gold snow was like confetti at the finale of a show. The curtains were finally falling on the stage that was her.
Then, one final question.
Sure.
Claire slowly raised her hands. The sword she held became golden rose petals and melted away. She stood there, arms wide, waiting for the final strike.
Who am I?
Illusions to illusions. The promised Reaper lowers the curtain on the tale regardless of the witch's will.
The wide swing of Will's pitch-black blade cleaved through Claire's form. Blown away by a powerful gust of wind, her human form crumbled in an instant, became a storm of golden flower petals, and was torn apart. After she was blown away, a golden heart remained in midair. But it too was swallowed by the vortex of wind and broke down into flower petals. The golden vortex swirled around the chapel. Then, the swirl of petals gradually scattered out of existence and vanished. A few remaining petals danced around like snowflakes, and those final vestiges decorated the chapel beautifully. A beam of light hit the center of the stage. There stood Claire, whose tale had ended. Then, slowly, softly, she faced the audience and bowed. A Applause spread throughout the theater. The long, long tale she had just finished telling was being given massive applause. It went on and on, and on and on. The stage slowly sunk into the darkness of oblivion. Claire continued to bow in front of the unending applause, and as the curtain fell, she faded into the darkness. Care Bear and Ross with the $10 clap for her most wonderful performance, chat. People are born with sin and live life to obtain forgiveness from someone. Or perhaps they are born as mysteries and live life searching for someone to solve them. Here, all of her riddles had been solved, with no lingering regrets. People are riddles. They want someone else to solve their riddle. They live life wanting someone to solve the riddle that they are, the most difficult riddle in the world. They want someone to look at the riddle they are, and they want that person to solve it. For her, that wish has been granted. Her soul will wander no longer. Rest in eternal slumber within your catbox coffin. Though there had been so many golden flower petals flitting about like a blizzard, not a single one remained. Everything had become dust, vanished as though there had been nothing there in the first place, and all was silent once more. Even the sound of the rain was gone. The rain must have stopped at some point.
Meeting you was her salvation.
I hope so.
She cursed herself and her inescapable dead-end fate and gave up. Meeting you, a happy miracle in her eyes, saved her in a way that nothing else could. So, don't make that face. That was a pretty tasteful ending. For you.
Oh well, only told me to carry out the funeral. Well, I just called a facilitator, you, and let you do everything.
Thank you, Will. In Claire's place, I want to thank you. Thanks for cutting off all the lingering regrets, for a me of a different fate.
I thought I'd see a bit more head-clutching and blind confusion from you.
I understand now. I realize how happy my life has been. If fate had toyed with me, and if I was living in another world, I might have gotten stuck in the same dead end of fate. However, thanks to an extremely improbable bit of good luck, I live in this world. I now know how much that means, how much it's worth.
What's up? Why the significant look?
I thought decent witches didn't exist, but I might have to change that theory.
Don't worry, no need to change it. I only joined that kid's game to kill some time, and though I lost, I enjoyed playing. That kid died without folding up her game board. I just took charge of cleaning up, as thanks to her for letting me play, and because it's the loser's duty.
I was sure you'd be a lot crueler than this.
Crueler?
I thought this would be a cruel game that ignores the heart.
Yes, it was a cruel game, though she claimed that the game was fantasy. I've brought you along and made it end as a mystery. The witch illusion has been spectacularly crushed, and my little bit of revenge is complete. To bring an end to this tangled tale of love with absolute and certain willpower. Out of respect for that certain willpower, the Witch of Certainty made that kid a witch for just 2 days. Even within this limited span of 2 days, I've been able to enjoy an endless kaleidoscope. I won't be bestowing my favor, so no miracle will occur. However, even that ending is something that child wished for.
Which truth did those endless tales settle on in the end?
Who knows? We can't say for sure. That's what makes it a cat box.
When you open the box, you get a tale where no trace of the mansion remains, and no one except Ava survives. And since Ava died without saying anything, all the truth is inside the cat box. Endless possibilities, all kept within a limited box.
Now that I think about it, maybe the whole island where she lived and died was the Golden Land.
If you can call a cat box a golden land, that is. And of all the imaginable stories that could occur within that cat box, Battler wrote the most enjoyable.
You mean that book in Beatrice's coffin?
That's right. It's the happiest possible tale for her, which he thought up himself. It was a really fun, love-filled, happy tale. I also think that tale was the most fitting one to put in her coffin.
No, that's wrong. You heard Claire. You are her hope and her salvation. More than anything else, it's you living on in happiness that will be her salvation.
Right. Live happily. That's all you need to do to be that kid's miracle.
Yes. I'll live happily enough for the both of us.
I'm surprised you found this kid. Didn't you have to search through about 2 million of them in the vast sea?
Such trivialities are all I'm capable of. And now the funeral's over. As promised, I've released the barrier. Once you leave, time will start moving again like normal.
So, you're done with us now. If I don't get back quiet and quickly, Diana will start scratching the curtains.
We weren't together long, but thank you for your help.
So long. Be happy. For the sake of the millions of other yous.
When he left the chapel, a beautiful after-rain sky stretched out above him. That sky, which was a mix of rain clouds, gaps of sunlight, and the tint of twilight, had a beauty to it that couldn't be described in words. Will slowly descended the stone stairs, stepping in the puddles. Then he waved without looking back, and left the chapel behind. His form and footprints gradually faded away, until there was no trace left. Okay, time for me to disappear too. Goodbye, Leon.
I have you to thank as well. I believe I said some fairly inconsiderate things to you. You have my apologies. You taught me something very important. What is it?
No, it's nothing. It's been a century since anyone has thanked me, so I wasn't sure how to respond. Bernkastel shrugged, then floated up into the air. Then she looked up at the beautiful 7 colors of light shining in through the stained glass, and spoke as though someone was looking down on her from there. Oh, Aurora, was that enough of an answer check for you? If you still don't get it, why not gather the other observer witches and have a tea party or something? Then you can listen to their theories. I'm mean, so I won't give any more hints than this. There are no witches who don't think. After all, witches who don't think either die or turn to seaweed. Now it's time to go back and have a drink, while discussing how much of your theory was right. I'm tired of playing the part of the bad guy, and of being a Miko. You're done with me now. Bye, Leon. And bye to you too, Observer Witches. Bernkastel burst and disappeared. A single golden flower petal glittered. Leon picked it up. It was the only trace of a miracle that remained in this chapel. At that time, cheery voices could suddenly be heard. It was the relatives. Mira with the $5. Life is like the sea. It could be gray at times, but can be a wonderful shade of blue. I wish you happiness, Leon. Me too. They came out of the waiting room, one by one.
So, this is where you were, Leon. I was looking for you. Mother, my apologies. I was just thinking about something.
Looks like the rain's finally stopped. Finally got some good weather.
No, fuck off with the $2. Sorry, I'm just saying hi to say bye, but VODs exist. Well, thank you for the $2 anyway. I appreciate it.
Everyone, let us return to the mansion. I've been told that Beatrice's funeral is over.
Father, where's the head?
He'll be here in a sec. Today was pretty crazy. Playing along with Dad's little funeral show was a real pain.
You shouldn't say that. It was a very important ceremony.
That's right. I think it was very important for Father.
I'm starving. Goda-san, do you think you could cook something up for us?
Yes, ma'am. I'll prepare some tea at once. Where is Leon? Lend me a hand.
Our family head. There you are.
As Kinzo came out after the others, Leon ran up to him.
You did very well today. Beatrice's funeral is now complete.
Yes, and I'm sure that Beatrice's soul was saved.
How could you know that?
I was with Beatrice until a second ago, and I saw her leave on her journey with no regrets. That's how I know. I guarantee it.
I see. If you say it, then it must be so.
The relatives left the chapel one by one. Leon left too, giving Kinzo a shoulder to lean on. A beam of sunlight peeked through the clouds, looking like a staircase leading up to heaven. You remember how the tea parties have been really long lately? Why do you think I got a whole other stream left for this? Yeah. Tofu dispenser, you're right. It has been 30 minutes. This stream will not be that much shorter than the rest. It's tea party time. Let's go.
When I came to, all was silent. The lights were dim, and yet the room felt large. Where on earth is this? I was sitting in what seemed to be a very small single sofa. It was very constricting, and there seemed to be several more of them off to each side of me. Once I noticed that, I realized that I was in a theater.
Oh, wait, sorry. I thought that was somebody else. We'll be getting to that in a second. Sorry.
Where on earth am I? I don't know how long I've been here. And more importantly, I don't know where this is. Beatrice's funeral ended. Everyone went back to the mansion, and... And after that, my memory gets fuzzy, and I can't recall anything else. Then, I was surprised to notice the presence of another person.
Yeah, there we go.
Apparently, I wasn't the only one sitting in the audience seating of this vast theater. The sound had come from a seat to the side of mine. When I looked, I saw a girl sitting several seats off to my left. It was a face I had never seen before. I wondered who she was. She looked like a high schooler or a college student, about the same age as I was. She groaned. Apparently, she had just woken up. I didn't want to scare her, so I decided to introduce myself first. Hello. Apparently, she was equally surprised to find someone other than herself here. She jumped when she heard my greeting. Who on earth are you? I feel the same way. It seems that neither of us is here of our own accord. Is that the one-winged eagle crest? Huh? Do you recognize this crest? She looked suspiciously at the one-winged crest emblazoned on my collar. Her stare, which was unmoving but not openly hostile, wasn't exactly pleasant for me. Allow me to introduce myself first. I'm Ushiromiya Leon. Ushiromiya... Huh? What? Leon. Written as Leon, but pronounced Leon. It's pretty strange name, don't you think? No stranger than mine. But I'll have to apologize. I don't know who you are. That's hardly surprising, since I don't know you either. That's not what I mean. Who are you? There's no one like you in the Ushiromiya family. And why are you so sure? Do you have something to do with my family? I'm a member of the Ushiromiya family. But that's... She showed me her left sleeve, and the crest of the one-winged eagle emblazoned upon it.
I regret having to ask the same question, but who are you? I've never seen you in the Yoshiromiya family.
First they tear me into little bits, then they make me read. What's next? What witch am I supposed to be entertaining this time? She spat out those words and seemed to be complaining about something. Anje. I'm Yoshiromiya Anje, Rudolph and Kurie's daughter. What? Anje-chan? But you're supposed to be 6 years old. I was 6 during the year of the final family conference on Rokenjima. Now I get it. So, you're from the year 1986. I'm 18, and I'm from the year 1998. In other words, you're the Anje-chan of 12 years in the future? I'm glad you can wrap your head around it, but unfortunately I don't have a clue who you are. Who are you? Who are your parents? My father's Kraus. Natsuhi is my mother. That would make you Jessica One-chan. Jessica is my little sister. What's going on? Wasn't Jessica One-chan an only child? By this point, I was starting to figure out the situation this Anje had come from. She's probably from the world where I awakened as a witch, the world where Leon doesn't exist. It will be difficult to explain, but think of it this way. In a world slightly different from the one you know, I'm also a member of the Yoshiromiya family. In your world, a different fate leads me to walk a different path through life, so that I do not live as an Yoshiromiya family member. Are you a witch? Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm just an ordinary human. What I just told you is something I heard from the witch called Bernkastel-san. Bernkastel? That one witch with the long blue hair and the gloomy face? Yes. That probably describes her, I think. In other words, I'm being forced to play along with another witch's farce. Just where is this place? I only woke up a second ago myself. I wonder where this is. It looks like a theater. Are we supposed to watch a play or something? I'm really not in the mood now. Let's look for an exit. You haven't noticed yet? Look. Huh? These are... Clank. I finally noticed. Both of my wrists and ankles had chains attached to them. As long as I sat here, I had enough slack that I could move about a little, but it looked like there wouldn't be nearly enough for me to get out of this place. Who would want to do something like this? Oh, who would do something like this? Once a witch has made you her piece, you'll be their plaything forever. There's no way to escape. Anja crossed her legs, making the chains clank together. She must realize that no amount of struggling will break these chains. That getting panicky won't accomplish anything. She seemed to have nerves of steel. What do you mean, a witch's piece? It's like being their slave. I made a deal once. I said I wanted to see my family, to bring them back from that day. In exchange for making that a possibility, the witch turned me into a witch's piece. At least the witch kept her promise. I was able to see Oni-chan again. You mean Butler-kun? Well, I wasn't even able to tell him who I was. And in exchange for that short bit of time, I'm now trapped inside the witch's toy box for all eternity. Looks like you are too. What bargain did you make? I didn't. You never asked a witch for anything? Never. She taught me what a miracle my existence is. That's all. Either way, neither of us is getting out of here. Okay, witches. What kind of show do you have for us this time? Have we moved from reading aloud to theater going? Am I supposed to watch someone else read aloud this time, or what? If that's it, then start it up. I'm bored enough as it is. Anja yelled this to the pitch-black stage. Her voice reverberated throughout the theater, but no one gave an answer. No, someone did. And that was also in a voice that rang out across the theater. However, that voice sounded theatrical, as though someone was announcing the start of a play. What happened on that day, you ask? I'm not telling. Why don't you just... Oh, yeah, okay.
What happened on that day, you ask? I'm not telling. Why don't you just give up and die?
Was that the voice of that old hag? It was Aunt Ava's voice. What does she mean by what happened on that day? She's talking about the 4th and 5th of October in the year 1986, the day of the final family conference on Rokenjima. In other words, today. Today is October 4th, 1986. As a prelude to the family conference, Beatrice's funeral was held. That's a surprise. So you've come here from October 4th, 1986? Tell me, what happened during those 2 days? The answer she seeks is inside the cat box. Even I can tell her nothing except that there was a tragic misunderstanding of the heart. However, I doubt that explanation would satisfy her. Then, a pillar of light pierced the stage. There stood a figure in white. That figure, clothed in a white dress, was obviously Claire. Of course, Anja didn't recognize her. She looked suspicious, apparently wondering who in the world this was. However, even I felt as though something was wrong. Didn't she settle all of her regrets in that funeral a short while ago before being sent off into the next world? She stood all alone in the narrow beam of light in the center of the stage, and the expression on her face was lifeless. The light began to grow brighter and brighter. It shone more and more fiercely on her, until it became blinding just to look at her. The world was enveloped by a light so bright that we couldn't keep our eyes open. Enveloped by a sound like wind or television static. And our minds began to go blank.
Whew! They're blooming wonderfully again this year. Must be a pain to take care of all these. Pretty easy for us, though, just looking at them.
I agree. We've got to thank the people who take care of them for us.
But it is a bit lacking in grace. I prefer the way it used to be, before Nissan decided to meddle with it.
The old ones did have their charm, didn't they?
Oh, I love roses. It's like I'd like them even more if they didn't have thorns. Oh.
Whoa! Now I remember this old garden. I'd totally forgotten about it these past 6 years.
It has been a long time for you. Both you and this garden have changed so much.
Let me introduce you. This is Kanon-kun, one of our servants. This is the first time you've met Battler, right? Pleased to meet you.
You can just call me Battler. Nice to meet you.
Shannon's here too today. Remember when we used to play together?
Oh, Shannon-chan! I'd totally forgotten. That really takes me back. How's she been doing?
She's blossomed into a beautiful young lady over the last 6 years. You should say hi to her later on.
Shannon and Georgiou-chan are really good friends. Ugh.
Maria, shh! That's a secret.
If you would, everyone, allow me to guide you to the guest house.
After enjoying the lovely welcome provided by the roses, the relatives followed Goda in the direction of the guest house. October 4th, 1986. Rokenjima. A world without Leon. The day of the Ushiramiya family's family conference. The mysterious letter that Maria read aloud after dinner, just as she had been told to. The writer of the letter claimed to be the Golden Witch Beatrice and challenged the family. Solve the riddle of the epitaph. Otherwise, I will take everything. It was the letter that declared the start of Beatrice's game, just as it had appeared in so many games before. Had an unknown person appeared to complicate the inheritance problem? Where was the 20 billion yen's worth of gold hidden? What was the purpose of this letter? For what goal had it been written? What on earth was this who on earth was this Beatrice? It was that tangled web of suspicion and paranoia that had been a constant in every game. The dinner of October 4th.
George-kun, I'm sorry, but could you take the others and go back to the guest house? My apologies. Shannon, take the children to the guest house. We'll move straight on to the family conference. Yes, as you wish.
Beatrice the Golden Witch. What a fascinating letter you've sent us.
She's telling us to solve the epitaph? Ridiculous. That gold belongs to us. Why should we ever give it up to some outsider?
If we could just find that gold, we'd all be happy. No one would have to lose anything. Let's go, everyone. Looks like it'll be adult time from here on out. Give me a break. Sounds like things are gonna get complicated.
Come on, Maria. Let's go.
Beato's ritual has begun.
Okay, everyone. I shall guide you to the guest house.
What is this all about? Probably a replay of one of the old games, or else an entirely new game. In all of the games, October 4th happens in pretty much the same way. A new game? You mean a tale that hasn't appeared in any of the fragments so far? There's no way they'd go to the trouble of chaining us down if they just wanted to show us a game we already know. We should probably assume it's a new game. That means there should be a game master. Who is it? That witch. Bernkastel? I can't imagine so. Claire should have vanished already. There should be no need to spin up a new tale. Beato's game board was hijacked by those evil witches long ago. Even Beato is nothing more than a piece in their games. Just who is behind this? And what are they after? What do they want to show us? Before this tale began, Claire definitely appeared on the stage. She's me from a world of a different fate, and a teller of the tale that is Beatrice's game. However, didn't she entrust everything to Will and have all of her riddles solved? There should be no need for her to make new riddles. In that case, is Bernka still using this tale to test me? Along with Will, I've at least touched the deepest depths of this tale and understood the culprit's heart. So, even if an entirely new tale presents itself, I should be able to see through the riddles. Is that what my role is? Is my role to teach Anjay about the truth of this tale? Do you know? Do you know the truth of this tale? I have several theories. Still, none of those can give a conclusive answer. The truth is always inside the cat box. I can't say anything for sure. In this world, Anjay is absent on this day, so it's only natural that she doesn't know what happened. However, at the very least, I do know who the culprit is and what they were trying to do. Yes, I think I've finally understood my role in this. What do you mean? Apparently, you're here as a theater goer, and I'm here to explain things. And what are you supposed to be explaining? I know who's behind the crime that's about to occur. What did you say?
We're thinking about this normally. The only explanation I see is that someone's trying to make us solve the epitaph, aiming to grab the gold for themselves. I agree. If they've already solved it, they could just take it. There'd be no need to challenge us to solve the riddle.
It's a prank by one of the servants. They're hoping to pick up the scraps from the celebration if the gold is found. I cannot imagine that any of our servants would do such a thing.
Or maybe one of us sent the letter, pretending to be a servant.
If that's it, you're the most suspicious one. You schooled Maria-chan on her part and made her read the letter, didn't you?
I wouldn't do that.
Give it a rest, Ava. We can't jump to conclusions. Isn't this time for all of us to stick together?
That's right. The aim of this strange letter is probably to disrupt our unity. The more we let it affect us, the more things go the way of this Beatrice who sent it.
Curie sounds right. Wouldn't it be best to simply ignore a letter like that from the start?
Oh, God damn it. Sorry, guys. I didn't notice.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. This sort of prank is not worth considering.
Yes, that's it exactly. If a couple improbable claims for damages get you flustered, you'll never be able to sell anything.
My husband is right. This is a child's prank, and taking it seriously is just a waste of time. If someone really wanted to shake up the inheritance issue, they'd come forward boldly instead of using something this roundabout.
You got it right there. Someone probably wants to make us think that they're another person trying to make demands about the inheritance, when their real goal is just to pick up the scraps.
I wonder if they'll ask us for some hush money in exchange for staying out of the inheritance issue.
If that were the case, they would have just written it into the letter already.
And the letter is just a challenge, telling us to solve the epitaph or have everything taken from us. Our culprit's trying to make us solve the epitaph's riddle. Nothing more, nothing less. So it's simple. We let this letter scare us, we lose. Yes, I agree. After that big mysterious show, like something out of a mystery novel, we've all gotten carried away. It shows how tense we all are.
But who did it? Such an aggravating thing to do.
It wasn't a servant. If it wasn't a servant, then one of us must have written it. Yeah, I'm not naming names, of course.
Stop it. I really know nothing about this.
Settle down. Anyway, what this letter says does make a bit of sense. All of us need money, and if possible, we need it right away. No one here has any objections to that, right? Of course not. Who'd object to money or love? We don't know when Father's inheritance will come to us. However, the gold of the epitaph is different. If we find it, we could just split it then and there.
In a sense, it's even closer to us now than the inheritance is.
Assuming we can solve the epitaph.
Everyone here has made their own attempt at the riddle, yes?
Curie asked the room at large, and everyone wordlessly nodded back.
We have a whole 4 people here who inherit the blood of the one who made that riddle, yet we're all tackling it individually. That doesn't sound very efficient, does it?
True. We've all been greedy and tried to go it alone. However, we've already reached a decision about how we'll split the gold up if it's found. And about acknowledging Aniki as the successor. Though you demanded quite a lot in exchange.
I wonder if we can solve that epitaph if we pool our effort and work together.
2 heads are better than 1, and here we have 7. Today we reached a general agreement about the inheritance problem. Why not take a shot at the epitaph for a bit of fun on the side?
Nice idea. Let's give it a try and call it a break.
Ridiculous. There is no...
Take it easy. Just think of it as a game. Let's have Goda-san bring us something cool to drink. We can take a break and all play with riddles as a big happy bunch of siblings for once. Well, the night is long. It would be at least more productive than pointless inquiries regarding Father's health.
I'll ring up Goda-san. He can bring us something.
Some tea, snacks, and... Oh, could you also ask him for a map of Taiwan? Two figures could be seen in the Rose Garden Arbor. It was George and Shannon's secret meeting.
I want you to take this ring.
George-sama.
I swear to love you all my life. Not just while we're young. I swear to love you and keep you happy until we grow old and go to our graves.
Are there any lies in your words?
Nope. None. I'm confident in my resolve to love you and build a happy household together with you.
And what would this happy household be like?
Well, it will be full of happiness. We'll have a house with a car and a garden, and 1 dog. The garden will be a vegetable garden. The kids will run around and we'll smile down on them from the balcony. That's what our typical future Sunday will look like.
That would be wonderful.
What? Those 2 are a couple?
Shh! Why are you so damn loud? Maria will wake up.
Oh, right. So, that's how it is.
Huh. Now that you mention it, they seem to be having a pretty good mood going on there.
That's right. We're all about the age where you fall in love.
We've changed a lot in the last 6 years. George Nissan used to be a bit unreliable, but he isn't anymore.
That's what I thought. George Aniki's got one of those Zara dignity things around him. But still, Shannon-chan and George Aniki. That's a bit unexpected. They played together often enough 6 years ago, but I didn't think they were that close. Well, 6 years is a long time.
The last 6 years have been huge for all of us.
Yep. Honestly, so much has happened to me over the past 6 years that I pretty much forgot about Rokenjima.
Yeah, and I almost totally forgot about you as well.
Now that really hurts. Talking together like this, it felt as though we'd been transported 6 years into the past. Those 6 years were so long that I forgot almost everything. And yet, it's coming back to me, bit by bit. Shannon-chan, 6 years ago you were part of our group, and we played together a lot, didn't we? Back then, I think I might have liked Shannon-chan. That was the age when we were all overly self-conscious, in love with love. I recalled bittersweet memories of jokes involving melodramatic, flippant words. That takes me back. I think I remember saying all kinds of stuff that I'd be way too embarrassed to say now. Just remembering it is making my face go red.
Shannon might be a scatterbrain, but her memory's incredible. Guess I'll just have to ask her all about your dark, embarrassing history.
Quit it. That was 6 years ago, so give me a break. I see. So, Shannon-chan is going out with George Aniki. What am I thinking? Could this be jealousy? I didn't really think about it until now, but the thing Shannon-chan and I had back then, that was probably my first love. Just a second.
Okay, sorry.
I didn't okay, yeah, I read that. Well, it's not like I have any right to be jealous after forgetting the whole thing until we met again. Everyone knows that Dad's old home was Taisho in Taiwan.
Father still chews areca nuts from time to time in memory of Taiwan. Apparently, he got hooked on that instead of smoking when he was young.
But there must have been countless rivers with sweetfish swimming in them.
There's an endless number of streams that are famous sweetfish fishing spots. He could probably have found sweetfish living in every body of clear water. Or completely stuck.
Could it be some nearby creek that Father used to play in as a kid? He said sweetfish, but maybe we're looking for something more like carp.
Or it could be some kind of metaphor. The river isn't necessarily a river with water flowing through it. What do you mean by that? Well, now, who knows?
Curie has a point there. Isn't it a bit too early to be sure that Taiwan's this home of old, or that Sweetfish River's a river with water flowing down it? If we look at it that way, we're just stuck again. The more you think about this puzzle, the harder it seems.
That's it. This is just a silly puzzle. Kiryu-san is right. We need to be flexible in our thinking.
If we're looking for a river near Taisho, that would have to be Tamsui River.
Are you even listening? We just said that it might not even be the kind of river with water flowing down it. Is there any proof that the river is a Sweetfish River?
You're right. Sorry.
Well, it probably did have sweetfish in it. I mean, it's literally called Freshwater River. Makes sense that a freshwater fish like sweetfish would be swimming in it.
Sweetfish are freshwater fish.
So a Sweetfish River would be a freshwater river. Is that how we get Tamsui River?
Quite the word game.
Now that's an interesting theory. Let's advance our reasoning a bit further. As you travel down the river, you'll see a village. What's the name of this town at the mouth of Tamsui River? It says Tamsui here.
I went sightseeing in Tamsui. It was a calm and gentle harbor town. Beautiful sunsets.
In that village, did you find the shore the two spoke of?
Not really. Doesn't ring any bells.
I guess the beloved home of old doesn't refer to Taiwan. It might be Odawara after all.
If we can't discount any possibilities, then we won't get anywhere. We can't even get past the first line of the epitaph.
Quiet, you're distracting me. It has to be Taiwan. Father wouldn't describe any other place as beloved.
That one thing is what we can all agree upon. To this very day, Taiwan is the homeland of Father's heart. It's probably best if we don't spend too much time on this first line. I'm going to take a look at the other lines. Just a quick peek starting at the first twilight.
Me too. I'll leave the Sweetfish River to you, Aniki, and have a go at the second half.
On the first twilight, sacrifice the sixth chosen by the key. How mysterious.
I've got it. Ava suddenly muttered. All of the others spun around to look at her. Ava flipped through the pages about Taiwan with incredible force, then found the page she was looking for and slammed the book open so hard that it almost tore. This whole time they'd been looking at pages with place names. As far as the overall mass of information went, those had seemed like the most useful pages to start from. However, the page that Ava opened to was very limited in its scope of information. It was a map of railway lines. As you travel down it, you will see a village. A village. There it is! The village!
What are you talking about, Ava? Explain yourself.
Quiet! There's a shore, too, and a mouth for speak. I'm not sure what it means by the two, but there definitely is a village and a shore and a mouth. This is it. This is definitely the village where the key to the gold sleeps.
Calm down. Explain it so that we can understand, too.
The Tansui line? I see. So the Sweetfish River was actually a railway called the Tansui line. Well, I doubt there are any sweetfish swimming there.
Look, if we follow the Tansui line down, there's a station that used to be known as Kirigan. Look at the characters it's written with. There's a village, a mouth, and a shore.
She's right. There's a village, mouth, and a shore. As you travel down it, you'll see a village. True, that's the only station in the Tansui line that has the characters for village in its name.
I see. It's like a code pointing towards this station's name.
This has to be it. There's no doubt. We just need to look a bit further, then we'll definitely find out what the two speak of means. God damn it, I can speak. Look, this is it. This is it.
The town near the station is also called Kirigan, but with a mouth in the second character. That makes a total of 2 mouths in Kirigan. Is that the two speak? Incredible, Ne-san! This has to be it! Does this mean that the key is hidden somewhere in this town of Kirigan? I wonder. The whole riddle so far has been a word game. If so, isn't it likely that the sleeping key is also a word game?
I agree.
On the first twilight, the key selects 6 sacrifices, right? So it's hard to imagine that it's actually something key-shaped.
Whoa, this is getting damn interesting.
Sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key.
Let's think of a key that's somehow related to this. And let's break down this name, Kirigan. I'm absolutely sure that this is a word game. It has to be. Think, everyone.
It's funny, isn't it? If I were alone, this kind of rain would get me down, but it feels nice and cool when you're by my side.
It's about time for us to head back. I'm keeping Kanon-kun waiting.
You're right. And I've probably kept Jessica-chan and Battler-kun waiting.
It brings back good memories. Remember when the 4 of us used to play together? It was a lot of fun back then, too.
To me, it's a lot more fun now. Because I get you all to myself.
Oh, George-sama.
They laughed at George's melodramatic line. However, George's laugh seemed just slightly forced.
George-sama?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I guess I still have a bit of a complex about Battler-kun.
A complex?
Like Uncle Rudolph, he's lively, interesting, and just full of energy.
He's a much more charming person than I am. I can tell how much he outshines me when we're together.
That's not true. You're an accomplished and charming man. You aren't inferior to Battler-sama in any way.
Really?
Yes, really.
The truth is, when I heard the Battler-kun would be coming back this year, I felt unhappy about it at first.
Why?
6 years ago, Battler-kun was the one who was really close to you. I wanted to get closer to you, but I just couldn't manage to get between the two of you. You two just looked made for each other, and all I could do was watch on longingly.
Is that how you remember it? I don't really think we were made for each other. It's just that Battler-sama was teasing me.
You two were the perfect couple. There's no doubt about it. I was sure that you two were going out.
That never happened. You're thinking too much.
I really am pathetic. I was afraid that I'd hand you this ring today and you'd refuse.
Why is that? Why should I refuse your ring, George-san?
Because Battler-kun came back. I was afraid that deep down you might still like Battler-kun. And that now that he was here, you wouldn't have any use for me.
George-san, please look at this. Do you see this silver glint on my ring finger? What do you think it is?
You're right. Sorry. What's got me so shaken, I wonder? I'm probably feeling jealous at the fact that he's cooler than ever 6 years later. How pathetic.
No, it's okay. Those feelings are a sign that your love for me is so strong. You don't want to give me up to anyone. If you're worried about my feelings, switching to Battler-sama, please love me so strongly that the thought never enters my mind. Love me so much that I don't have time to think about any other man. I'm scared too. I'm sure you'll meet many women in the future who have much more attractive qualities than I do. Or I might not meet your expectations and you might tire of me. It scares me to think that I might not be able to keep you to myself for the rest of our lives.
There's no need for you to be scared of that. I swear to uphold my love for you as long as I live.
And I swore the same thing, but you stopped taking my word for it when Battler-sama came back.
As Shannon giggled, George finally realized that his own lack of confidence had hurt her.
I've won the heart of a wonderful man named Ishiramiya George-san, and he's sworn to love me all his life and give me a ring as a sign of this oath. With this ring here on my finger, I'm going to be honest with you.
Sure.
Yes, as you said. I did like Battler-sama 6 years ago. I think I probably liked him more than you. However, that was 6 years ago. Now things are different. In these 6 years, I've sorted out my feelings for Battler-sama and put them in the past along with the memories. Now I exist only to love you.
Shannon spoke clearly and strongly. George gave a single, uncertain laugh. It was probably the same sort that George of 6 years ago had made. Then he straightened up his back and hugged Shannon without saying a word. In that moment, he parted ways with the person he had been 6 years ago.
I've got the ladder. Here we go.
Quadrillion. This is the only place you'll find that number written on this island.
1/10 of K. Who'd have thought it?
If our idea is right, then the letters of that relief should be the mechanism.
We just need to check. Who's going up? I'll go.
Sorry, I kind of read Krause a little bit too much like Rudolph there for a second.
Hey, stop stealing my voice, man. Not cool.
Oh, and it's cool that you stole another woman while you were with your wife.
Oh, okay. Well, point taken.
Yeah, that's right. Don't come into my home and make fun of my apes.
Well. I'll go. Hold that ladder steady, okay?
Be careful. It's fairly high.
Rudolph climbed up the propped-up ladder, step by step as the rain poured down on him.
Look at the queue. See anything? Does it look like there's anything to it?
It's a bit of play. Crap.
What is it? Did something happen?
Bingo! Take a look at this.
Rudolph tossed the cue down. It hit Kraus on the shoulder and landed in a puddle.
This is a key!
What does it mean? Rudolph-kun, can you take out the other letters too? Yeah, looks like it. Guess our crazy theories were on the right track after all. What's the next letter to take out?
I. And then L.
Following her instructions, Rudolph removed the 6 letters of the first twilight. Now they'd gotten this far, nothing stood in the way of them solving the riddle. By trial and error, they finally reached the final stage.
It says to gouge starting from the head, which means going from left to right.
Rudolph-san, starting from the left, turn the keys before taking them out.
You got it. Now we've massacred all the letters. So none are left alive on the 9th twilight.
So? Did something happen?
Felt like something clicked, but nothing's different. Maybe a hidden door or something opened up somewhere. Hey! Look at that! It moved, I'm sure it did!
Huh? Everyone look! The lion statue is facing the other way! What is going on? Is there some secret inside the lion statue?
That's not it. It's probably telling us to look where the lion is pointing. See? Look that way.
That lion is facing a different way too. What does it mean? It's guiding us, stupid. We have to go in the directions the lions face.
Ava dashed ahead. The others all chased after her. The gold was right in front of them.
Now this is a surprise. Who would have thought that a hidden stairway like this existed?
It makes sense now. Father didn't like people going near the chapel.
I wonder how long that mechanism has been there. Judging by the feel of this underground passage, probably for quite a long time. I imagine it was nearly the same time that the mansion itself was built.
Sorry, I had to reply to a text real quick.
The riddle of the epitaph was probably also planned many decades ago.
Well, this is Dad we're talking about. I try not to let the things he does surprise me, but this.
Just how far does this stairway go?
Hey, maybe that old rumor was true. You know, the story about him having a mistress in the hidden mansion somewhere in the forest? I see. It's likely that this underground passage goes all the way there.
I wonder if it connects to the mansion from that day.
I think we found the goal. Look at that filthy door. Something's written on it.
Whew. This is it.
Zero anonymity with the $5. Congratulations, your Shiramiya siblings. Because of a miracle, you were able to come together and solve the epitaph. A splendid ending, surely. Surely. Something was written on the door in red paint. On the 10th twilight, the journey ends, and you shall reach the home of the gold.
Does it open?
It does. Ready? I'm going to open it.
Hope we finally reach the gold. Sounds too good to be true, but I'm wishing it is.
Let's open it, Nason.
Right. Here goes.
The heavy door opened slowly. Then the gold-filled underground VIP room showed itself. I'm just gonna say ahead of time, by the way, people in the chat who know what's going to happen already, I am calling it now, like, dead ass. No cheeky hints. No bullshit. Do not lean on this. We'll get to where we're going soon enough. Do not tell anything. They only had an instant to admire the splendid furnishings of the underground VIP room. As soon as the mountain of gold next to the canopy bed came into sight, they all froze, stunned. After a second, the stunned silence faded and was replaced by cries of astonishment and wild joy.
Incredible!
I can't believe it! It's 20 billion yen in gold! It really exists! What a shining mountain. It almost blinds the eyes.
We did it! We did it! We win this game!
You mustn't touch it without permission. This is Father's gold.
No, really? Then why don't you call Father down here now? Right away. Your little farce is long over.
Natsuhine-san, let's put an end to the obvious lies, shall we? This mountain of gold is as real as can be. Let's all just be real with one another.
Fortunately, we're all in a good mood and feeling very generous right now. Just give it up already.
A pile of gold this massive carries magical power within it. That power draws out the most honest feelings within people. The light from the chandelier glinted off the golden mountain, lighting them up with its golden gleam. It was as though the gleam manipulated them. For some time, they forgot their age, and howled and laughed, running about and rolling around like a bunch of excited kindergartners at a park.
What is all this? What's it supposed to mean? The epitaph has been solved before the crime occurred, and by all the siblings together. That hasn't happened in any of the games before now. Supposedly, Beatrice decided not to commit the crime if the epitaph was solved.
Yeah, supposedly. No wonder. Anjay snorted.
But I believed. This is what Claire decided. She entrusted everything to the roulette of fate, so she would obey the result. She let the roulette decide her own fate specifically because they couldn't decide on their own. So she'll do what it says. She'll follow her own rule. She'll definitely keep her promise. It won't occur. The crime. Are you sure about that? Yes. Her roulette's already made its decision. This is the end of her game. If it's the end, what happens next? They all become happy rich people and leave the family conference unharmed? My family comes back to me with a souvenir of an ingot that isn't made of chocolate, and everything ends happily? You think those witches would chain us to chairs just to show us a naive dream like that?
When she showed off the chain on her wrist with a clank, I was unable to counter her with confidence.
But I want to believe that Claire's game has now come to one of its possible conclusions, even if it is the least eventful. Perhaps just once at the end, she wanted to show us a world where no crime occurs, having disappeared with no regrets. Perhaps she left us a parting gift in the form of a game where no crime occurs, in a sense, the most peaceful sort of game. I would like to believe that. If only these heavy, cold chains weren't holding us in place in this theater.
Is someone there? Rosa's shrill cry brought the celebrating to an immediate stop. Rosa knew she'd seen it. The curtain against the wall had fluttered, and the shape of a person had been there behind it.
None of that, if you don't mind. You're just imagining things.
Is someone there? If you are, come out.
When Ava yelled, the curtain shook. And then, a witch wearing a black dress appeared from the other side. In an instant, everyone realized that the dress was the same as the one worn by the witch of the portrait. And they realized one more thing. This person was the owner of this room.
Welcome to the Room of the Gold.
Her face and her voice were expressionless, blank. The others all looked at each other, wondering who should respond. Rudolph was the first one to speak.
So, you were Beatrice?
Indeed.
And you're the one who gave Maria that letter?
Indeed.
Is father behind this?
No. This is my game. If that's so, then we've won. We've solved the epitaph's riddle and found the gold.
We've accepted your challenge and won. That means that this gold belongs to us, right?
Indeed. It is as you say. You have solved the epitaph splendidly and discovered the hidden gold. This game ends in your victory. This gold no longer belongs to me, but to all of you.
It seems you're graceful in defeat.
Hey, you. If we hadn't solved the epitaph's riddle, what were you planning to do?
The letter said you'd take everything of the Yoshiromiya family.
Yes. I plan to take all of your wealth. And all of your lives. I plan to do as I pleased with everything that exists on this island.
The witch walked towards the table next to the bed. Then, for the first time, the others realized what sat on that table. They were 4 rifles. There was also a case filled with bullets. The witch picked up one of the lead bullets lying on the table and played with it, her face still expressionless as she spoke.
If the night had ended before you managed to solve the epitaph's riddle, I plan to follow its instructions and commit 13 murders.
What did you say?
That's what I thought when I first saw the epitaph. It almost looks like something you'd find in a serial murder mystery novel. That's right. If you had killed 13 people to match the epitaph, that would have made for quite a mysterious crime.
There's no way you could do all that by yourself. No matter how many guns you have, killing 13 people, that would just be...
My planning was meticulous and involved many different alternatives. I envisioned all of the actions you might take from tonight and through tomorrow, and prepared a mystery to deal with each of those. I'm afraid I can no longer reveal them, but I had quite the number of intricate and entertaining locked-room murders prepared.
You could probably have gunned a few of us down in our sleep. But there's no way you'd be able to kill 13 of us. We aren't that stupid.
It would seem so. I will admit that the epitaph being solved before the first twilight was the result I considered the most unlikely.
So you never accounted for us reaching this place?
That's not so. Even this was one of the results of the roulette I wished to create. And it's most likely the best outcome for all of you. No one will die, and you can leave this island with the gold. Congratulations. This game ends with a perfect victory for you all.
If no one could solve the riddle, she planned to take those guns and commit a serial murder. Everyone gulped as they watched the witch emotionlessly make her confession.
If your confession is the truth, that means you were trying to kill us.
Yes, that's true.
The hell? I can't believe you can just admit to that. You can't possibly expect us to treat you favorably now that you've revealed that to us.
I'm prepared. You may do as you will with me. If you hadn't solved the epitaph, I would have done the same to you, so it's only fair.
This girl's got guts.
I planned this game because I was prepared to bet my life. I'm satisfied with the result. If you wish to kill me now, I'm prepared.
She no longer even treasured her life. The witch walked towards the others as she spoke, and they automatically stepped back.
The gold belongs to all of you. I planned to give everything to the one who discovered it first, but I didn't expect there to be 7 of you. I leave the decision of how to split the gold to the 7 of you. I will not involve myself. And...
The witch walked even closer. She walked through the middle of the group, up to the antique clock behind them. The clock was large and had a dignified feel to it. The witch patted it and spoke.
Allow me to explain the device within this clock. For you have gained not just the gold, but the entirety of this island.
What do you mean by that?
If you interpret the epitaph as a series of murders, then yes, there are only 13 people killed on the first 8 twilights. But on the 9th twilight, it says clearly that none shall be left alive.
What does that mean? In other words, she was planning to massacre all of us?
Don't tell me.
That clock.
As you have guessed, it is connected to a set of explosives.
Are you the one who set that up? Or was that Ushiromiya Kinzo?
Ushiromiya Kinzo is the one who set up the device. This device is the source of his mad magical power.
But I don't have a clue what you're talking about.
In other words, Dad set up this bomb, and if he ever went broke, he was prepared to die in a blast that would wipe away everything, including himself?
On this island, Ushiromiya Kinzo made a contract with the Golden Witch and obtained the gold. However, that was not all he gained.
What are you talking about?
Wait, don't tell me.
There is that rumor about the remains of an old Japanese military base existing on Rokenjima. Could it be?
Your guess is correct. Beneath this island sleeps the remains of an underground Japanese military base from the times of the war, along with 900 tons of explosives.
900 tons? That's unbelievable! If that exploded, the result would be unimaginable. Forget just a mansion blowing up, it'd leave a massive crater.
I believe an expert's estimate measured is a hole several dozen meters deep and a kilometer across.
There wouldn't be even a trace left.
There's a special mechanism that controls the detonation of these explosives. The switch I just flipped arms the mechanism.
The witch toyed with the switch on top of the antique clock.
If midnight arrives when the switch is in this position, the explosives will detonate.
But it's almost midnight now!
In other words, it's not a time bomb that explodes a certain number of hours after you activate it. It's one that explodes at the stroke of midnight.
Indeed. It's almost midnight now. If an explosion is what you desire, you can just leave it like this.
Who would want that? Turn it off! By this time, Kinzo was probably the only one who knew. The secret base on Rokenjima had started out as a submarine base. However, when that plan reached a standstill, it was redefined as a top-secret base for Homeland Defense. A huge plan had been drawn up to have the Army and Navy perform a pincher attack on American forces if the latter decided to land on Kujikuri Beach and press towards Tokyo. As a trump card for this massive defensive maneuver, the Navy started stockpiling large quantities of explosives and fuel in absolute secrecy. And the Rokenjima base was the location those were stockpiled at. The total weight of the buried explosives was 900 tons. Also fearing that the Americans might find out the island's secrets and seize the explosives, they set up a system for the self-destruction of the entire island. Kinzo, who knew about all of this, decided not only to keep the self-destruct system active, but to connect it to this strange clock that could cause the explosion any night at midnight. Kinzo is famous for building up his funds using a vast store of gold, and then using those funds in several sink-or-swim gambles, one after another. Just what did his stockpile of gold and the 900 tons of sleeping explosives mean to him? At this point, we can only speculate. Perhaps the true source of Kinzo's mad power wasn't the gold after all. Perhaps it was this device, with which he could erase himself and this entire island from existence if he lost a big gamble in all that he owed. He must have been putting the gold and everything else he had on the line at every point in his life. Kinzo had probably looked at this clock at times, maybe flipping the activation switch and letting the clock tick down. Whenever things got tough and he got stuck, maybe he would hide in here and flip the switch. He might have made a rule for himself that he would blow everything away if he couldn't think of a brilliant plan before midnight came. He would gaze at the mountain of gold, listening to the clock tick towards his death as he searched for an idea. Perhaps Ushiromiya Kinzo's real study wasn't the one in the mansion, but this place instead.
This whole setup sounds just like Dad. So maybe each time Dad worried about something, all of us kids were put on the line as well.
For our father, it wouldn't be unimaginable. It wouldn't be unthinkable.
This device now belongs to all of you. If you want a massive explosion, use it whenever you please.
Are you crazy? Who'd want a big explosion?
These explosives are half a century old, right? Would they really go off? Yes, of course. The explosives and fuses are still working. I tested them myself.
You tested them?
Could it be that?
Yes. Now I finally understand. So that's why the shrine disappeared without a trace.
This summer, the shrine had disappeared without a trace, along with the reef under it. It felt strange that the waves could have destroyed it without a trace like that, but no one had paid it much mind. And now, this piece perfectly fit into the hole left by that strange feeling.
Indeed. I used that shrine to test whether the explosives were still working after half a century. I believe that you are all aware of the result. The little bit I used was enough to make that entire reef vanish. As I'm sure you can imagine, 900 tons of that would cause an explosion large enough to rewrite the map.
If an explosion like that happened, all of us would most certainly die. But what would you have done? I somehow doubt that you intended on going down with the rest of us.
This underground VIP room is connected to an underground passage from the remnants of the military base. If you go straight along like that, you'll come out at the hidden mansion on the opposite side of the island, Kuadorian. It's about 2 kilometers away. If you make it all the way there, it should be possible to escape the blast.
I see.
So you plan to escape there just before the blast? I have only said that such a thing is possible. You may not believe this, but if the 9th twilight had ended before any of you could solve the riddle, I plan to die along with everyone else.
There's something seriously wrong with this girl.
She's insane. There's no point thinking about it. If we hadn't solved the epitaph, she would have used those guns, or else that switch, to massacre all of us. There's no doubt in my mind. You were correct. You've ended this game in the best possible way, without there even being a single victim. I wish to convey my respect and admiration. Though it was a 7-person effort, it took you only a single night to solve the riddle that took me a very long time to solve. That's worthy of praise.
I also admire you for your graciousness and honesty in defeat. We haven't decided how you'll be dealt with, but I hope to do all I can to reach a gentlemanly agreement.
Do not concern yourself with me any longer. As someone who is already prepared to kill you all and die in the process, I am already one of the dead.
The Golden Witch Beatrice solved the epitaph, reached this room, and revived. And now, new people had solved the riddle and reached this room, so her role was finished. When the epitaph's riddle was solved, Beatrice's witch illusion ended. Most likely, no one in this room would have been capable of understanding her tragic resolve. She herself was probably the only one who could. As long as the many selves inside of her understood, that was enough. I am one, yet many. I entrusted myself to the magical roulette of endless possibilities. The result, the answer, is this. This is what the tarot cards known as the Ritual of the Epitaph have shown me. Beatrice is now dead. They did not kill her. I killed her, myself. In accordance with fate's command. They will never understand, for all eternity. The witch stared up at the ceiling without speaking for a while, then looked as though she had suddenly remembered something. She grabbed at the sleeves of her dress and took out some sort of card. Oh, yes. I forgot. I have no need for money after death. I'll give this to all of you as well. A cash card? I've converted a portion of the gold to cash. This is for the account that the money is in.
I see. So, this is the magical energy of the Golden Witch. How much is in the account?
I've forgotten the exact figure. However, there's more than 1 billion yen.
1 billion? Now that really is magic.
True. There's nothing you couldn't do with that much money. Very true. The strongest magic to counter the human's anti-magic toxin is this magic of gold. It may be that this card holds greater power than the ingots.
Certainly. Cash would be much more agreeable than ingots.
Here you go. I have no need for this anymore.
The card she held out was not taken by any of them. Who would ever just hand over a card with 1 billion yen in it? The mountain of gold, the device for blowing up the island, the card with 1 billion yen, all of these surpassed their understanding. So no one could bring themselves to take it. I don't like it.
What don't you like?
Here you go. It's a mountain of gold. and I'll turn off the explosives and give you a card worth 1,000,000,000 yen while we're at it. It sounds far too good to be true. You're trying to trick us somehow, aren't you?
I have no desire to trick you, but I won't force you to believe. I have offered you everything, revealed everything. What you believe and what you do is now for you, the new masters of the gold, to decide. You're even free to disbelieve all I say and leave this place.
Ava, I can't imagine that she's lying.
And how could you know that? I don't like how relaxed she's acting. It's as though she thinks she's already won. I just had an idea a second ago. What if she's lying about which is the offside of the switch?
What do you mean, Nesan?
Just a second ago, this woman flipped the switch saying she'd turned off the bomb. But what if she actually armed the bomb? We solved the riddle, so you turned the bomb switch to on, trying to blow us and everything else up, right?
If that's what you think, then please feel free to flip the switch on this clock. It will be midnight in 1 minute. The clock will show you the truth.
What did you say?
Hey, what are we supposed to do? Is the bomb set to on now? Or off? I don't think she could be lying. It's inactive now. We shouldn't flip it.
But I don't like it. Why is she so resigned to her fate? Why is she offering us one thing after another? She's tricking us to buy time. She wants to buy time until midnight so she could go down in flames along with us.
What about the switch itself? Is there some way to tell whether it's on or off?
On the upper part of the antique clock was a metal switch that could slide right or left. Currently, it was set to the left. However, there were no marks in particular on either side to indicate which side was off and which one was on.
Hey, tell us the truth. Which way is off?
Left. It's off now.
Rudolph, you idiot. You really expect an honest answer from her? It's the opposite. It has to be. The right side has to be off.
We don't have any more time, Nesan.
Stop it, Ava. Don't touch the switch. It's already off.
Ava-san, take your hand off it.
I agree. It's off now. If she wanted to kill us with a bomb, she wouldn't have told us about it.
Beatrice! Don't think you can trick me!
5, 4, 3.
The second hand of the clock ticked past midnight. October 4th ended, and the curtain rose on October 5th, 1986. The switch was still pointing to the left. The witch's words had been proven correct.
Have I gained your trust now?
You bitch!
With a hideous sweat-covered expression, Ava snatched the cash card away from the witch's hand.
How about a bank book and seal? You can't withdraw anything with just a card.
All you need is the pin. It's 8 digits long.
Wait a second. I'm writing it down.
Ava and Kyrie both took out a pen and notepad and began writing the 8-digit number the witch told them.
That's everything I have to tell you and give you. I'll say nothing more. All of my tasks have been completed.
After saying this, the witch spun around and sat down on the bed. She wasn't even looking at the others anymore. She sat there like an empty husk which had, just as she had said, finished everything it existed to do. For a while, everyone watched the witch to see if she would remember something else and start talking. However, she said nothing further. The witch who had called herself one of the dead was now little more than a large French doll wearing a black dress. November 29th is the day that Sayo solved the epitaph. So, it's Beato's birthday. Gold is the only physical embodiment of magic that can appear in the human world. Since ancient times, even a small fragment of it could control men with its magic. In that case, how much magic power would dwell in it? If it was piled up in a mountain so high, you'd have to look up to see to the top.
Don't be stupid, we'll split it evenly. Isn't that the only obvious solution?
Didn't we say that half the pile would belong to me and the other half would be split up between the four of us?
The yells of the people dancing around the gold reverberated throughout the underground room. In front of the pile of gold, they were arguing about how it should be split.
Could you have solved the riddle all by yourself, Nissan? You couldn't have, could you? The four of us siblings solved it together. Of course we'll split it into 4 equal parts. Coward, weren't you the ones who made that proposal about the gold's distribution? How can you disregard that so easily?
You really think you're in a position to bargain? When you're the ones hiding Dad's death?
That's right, that's right! You've been swindling us this whole time, treating Father's wealth as if it were your own.
All you need to do is split the gold evenly and we'll all drop the rest. Kitty with the 5 pounds. Battler only being wrong about bombs on a technicality is so funny. Yeah.
It sounds very fair to me.
Well, if you're going to say that, let's just try splitting it 4 ways. Feel free to split this pile in 4 and carry your own shares home. I hope you have pockets that can hold 2.5 tons of ingots. It seems you've all been driven mad by the gold and lost all ability to make rational judgments. What do you mean by that, Kraus Nissan? Look at this ingot. As you can see, there are no official markings, just Father's crest. How do you intend to turn unmarked gold into cash? Well, have you finally figured it out? This pile of gold may well be worth 20 billion yen. However, that's only if you can exchange it for cash. Are any of you capable of liquidating this many unmarked unknown ingots at the proper exchange rate without word of it getting out?
If it was a necklace or a ring, exchanging it for cash would have been a manageable problem. However, to do that with several tons of unmarked gold couldn't be made public, would be impossible for any normal person. However, Kraus could do it. Among the several business associates who had been close to the family since Kinzo's generation, there were some who had black market ties and sufficient financial clout. The billion yen tied to the cash card that the Golden Witch had handed out was also money that had been liquidated via one of Kinzo's connections. However, none of the other siblings had any connections like that. They would have to rely on Kraus to exchange the gold for cash.
Now you're finally seeing it. I apologize for hiding all of those things about Father. However, your position's not so strong that you can use them as leverage against me.
You really think that little thing gives you the advantage?
What do you intend to do with that gun? Please put that vicious thing away.
Ava was gripping the gun so hard that it looked like it might snap. The 4 guns that the witch had placed in this room were now in the hands of the relatives. Just as the gold had led their hearts astray, it seemed these guns had the magical power to turn their hearts to violence. Finally, a scuffle arose between Ava and Kraus. Off to the side, Natsuhi started arguing with Rudolph and his wife, and the grand underground VIP room filled with a cacophony of angry outbursts. Anje's face was starting to contort with pain after being forced to watch this scene for so long. It was only natural, after being shown this abusive argument between her parents and her other relatives.
What on earth?
It was painful for Leon, too. Leon would have tried to intervene and calm them if that had been possible. The gold wouldn't go anywhere. If they just took their time and thought about it calmly, they would be able to resolve this. Ava and the others had argued that they needed a lot of money before the end of the year, which was understandable. However, the billion-yen cash card would be more than enough to pay for that. With their emergency expenses taken care of, they could liquidate the gold at their leisure, then just split it amongst themselves. Sure, maybe Kraus was the only one capable of converting the gold. That might give him an advantage over the other siblings. However, this gold couldn't be dealt with by open means. In addition to attracting public attention, it would also lead to various legal problems. It was better for this secret money to remain secret. If they wanted to get the largest portions possible, they should all agree not to tell anyone about this gold. In other words, to maximize their profits, they needed a gentleman's agreement that all of them would keep their secret. Kraus did have a slight advantage. However, it was possible for the other relatives to refuse to cooperate and tell the world about the gold. And then, there was also the concealment of Kinzo's death to consider. Kraus was an investor. He needed not only financial clout, but also a certain degree of public confidence. His advantage wasn't big enough for him to act so overbearing.
The mountain of gold has made everyone lose their ability to think rationally. This isn't an argument between adults. It's just a fight between kids. What's so fun about showing this to us? Or is this some game of some new witch? Are they watching us suffer from somewhere and laughing?
By now, even I didn't have a clue who was showing us this or for what reason. At the very least, it doesn't look as though this new tale is overflowing with affection. At first, I thought it was a tale of a beautiful world where no crime occurred since Claire had gotten past all of her regrets. But something is different. This tale is clearly filled with an ill will towards us. I'm sure of that much now, but I don't have a clue who would want to show us this.
Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. It didn't feel like the sound of gunfire. After all, most people living a normal life never hear that sound. Drip, 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 drip. The sound of thick raindrops hitting the floor. There was no rain in this underground room. It was the sound of blood dripping down from Natsuhi's right eye. The bullet had gone in through her right eye, towards the back of her head.
Natsuhi?
It's your fault! For jumping at me!
The gun, which fell from Ava's grasp, landed on the floor with a hard, metallic clang. As though in response to that sound, Natsuhi's head slowly turned to face the ceiling.
Natsuhi! Natsuhi!
Natsuhi flopped backwards. When the back of her head hit the floor, a red splash spread out beneath it, forming a single flower to adorn her dead face.
Natsuhi... Nisan...
Why did you shoot her? Why did you shoot her, Ava? Ava!
Kraus howled, raised his gun, and ran at Ava. At the same time, Hideyoshi leapt between them. A scuffle broke out between the two men.
You killed Natsui! You killed Natsui! Gross Nissan, you got it wrong! You got it all wrong! It's just an accident! Ava, how could you? I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
I didn't shoot her! I didn't! I told her to stop and she just jumped at me and...
Kraus, who had just seen his wife killed before his eyes, had lost all traces of rationality in his expression. He was so furious that if he had knocked Hideyoshi aside and jumped at Ava, he might have torn her throat out.
Why did you kill her? Why did you kill her? Ava! It was an accident! An accident! Calm down, Kraus Nissan.
Another explosion rang out. Hideyoshi's face was covered in blood. The two of them had been fighting over the gun Kraus held, trying to push it away from themselves. When the barrel had turned to point at Kraus's chin, the sneering, formless Reaper, master of the Room of Gold, had swung its scythe once more. A line of blood trickled from Kraus's mouth. The two fell down, with Kraus's body on top of Hideyoshi. Letting out a cowardly cry, Hideyoshi backed away before Kraus's body could cover him.
Honey!
I didn't do anything. Kraus Nissan's finger just caught on the trigger. It's an accident. An accident, I tell you!
That's right, an accident. This was all an accident.
As the pair of them broke down, sobbing and repeatedly claiming that it was all an accident, Rosa and the others were unable to say a thing. The witch also watched this scene but said nothing, and appeared to be completely disinterested.
It wasn't our fault. It's just an accident. An accident. It's all right. Right? Right?
You saw that, didn't you, Rosa? Krasny-san and Natsuhine-san both let their emotions get a hold of them and charged at us.
Well, I can't say I'm sure.
Stupid Rosa! You saw it, didn't you? You saw it from right there, so you must know!
I'm sorry. I can't tell if it happened by accident or if you killed them and tried to make it look like an accident.
Rosa, you...
Rudolph-kun, you saw. You know what happened, right? Right?
Sorry, but I agree with Rosa. We can't tell if it was an accident or intentional.
Rosa's and Rudolph's gazes looked very cold and indifferent to Ava and her husband.
What are we going to do? They were shot to death. We can't just write this off as an accident.
The forest. We'll say they went to the forest and went missing. Then we can buy some time.
That won't get us off the hook, right? The police will just search the whole forest. And anyway, why would those two go off and into an uncultivated forest like that? It'll look suspicious from the start. There's no way to get away with it.
It'll be okay. If we hide the corpses here, no one will be able to find them. If we all play dumb, it'll work.
It won't. There's no way you can fool the police. If the two of them disappeared during a family conference when we were arguing over the inheritance problem, the police won't just put it down as a case of missing persons.
I just thought of something.
Though Ava had been scratching at her head, overcome with emotion, her arms suddenly fell as though their strings had been cut.
What did you think of?
An accident. We just need to make it look like an accident.
Don't talk stupid. What kind of accident? There are clear gunshot wounds on both corpses. Even if we burn them to make it look like they were caught in a fire, it'll still be obvious that they were killed by guns.
A fire? That's not good enough. We need more. A much more massive accident.
A massive accident?
Ava slowly walked forward, tapped on it, and spoke.
An explosion accident. We just need the sort of accident that will leave no trace of their corpses.
As she played with the switch that would cause an automatic explosion at midnight, Ava spun around to face them, a crazed expression on her face. It was truly a mad inspiration. If they flipped the switch to the right and waited for midnight, the 900 tons of explosives would wipe out the mansion without a trace. There wouldn't even be remnants of the corpses. There would be no way to tell that they had died by gunshot wounds before the explosion.
It's an unshakable fact that this island is still filled with explosives from the war. Then, by coincidence, tomorrow night something will set it off by chance and the whole thing will explode. Yes, it will be an accident. An explosion accident. What do you say? There's no way the police will find out the truth. This way we can pull it off. We can hide the manner of their deaths.
How ridiculous.
Shaking, Hideyoshi frantically searched for a counter-argument, hoping to repudiate Ava's mad idea. But he couldn't find one. If they blew everything up, the facts would be all muddled. They could make it look as though Kraus and Natsuhi had died in an explosion accident.
It's perfect. Just perfect. After all, it was an accident that they died anyway. We're just changing the type of accident. Isn't that right? We can think up any story we want. By chance, the rest of us will just happen to have been in the hidden mansion tomorrow night. Then, when the explosion accident occurs, we'll be lucky enough to survive. That story should work. Just what sort of story are you planning on? What kind of story could explain how the two of them alone remained here, while the rest of us went to the hidden mansion and conveniently managed to escape? That's what we've got to start thinking up now, stupid Rosa! It doesn't matter what it is, as long as we agree to it. Think of something. I am thinking. You all think too! Someone think of something!
Calm down, Ava. I'll think about it and so will everyone else. We'll definitely think of something and it'll all work out. We'll share the burden. You won't have to carry it yourself. It'll be okay. It will. I know we'll think of a good excuse.
What kind of excuse? We took all the kids and servants to go exploring an underground passageway, leaving just the two of them behind, and the rest of us all decided to spend the night in the hidden mansion? How can any excuse work? It's insane! And thinking up that insane thing is our job! Why are you acting like this has nothing to do with you? You think of something too! Hey, son, let me ask you a question. If you blow up the island, what will happen to this gold? Well, we've finally gotten our hands on 20 billion yen of gold. And you want to blow it all away? We can carry it away. It's as simple as that. The explosion will happen tomorrow at midnight. We have a full day. If we carry it all together, we might... You realize that there's 10 tons of it, right? We're a small group who can only shoulder a sack of rice in weight at best, and we only have a single day. Just how much do you think we can carry back and forth across this long underground passage that goes all the way across the island? You're being absurd. Here, we have this card. The card worth 1 billion yen which that woman gave us. We can just carry whatever gold we want. We have that card worth 1 billion yen on top of that. If we split that 3 ways, we'll have more than 300 million each. That should be enough for all of our purposes. No thanks. What? There's a mountain worth 20 billion yen right here. Why should I be satisfied with a measly 300 million? Rosa.
Ava's face twisted in anguish and was met by Rosa's look of cold unconcern.
Even if we factor in Kraus Nissan's share, that gives us a rightful share of 5 billion yen each. Subtract the 300 million from the card, and the rest of my share is 4.7 billion. If you agree to pay that much to me, you can do whatever you want with this mountain of gold. What do you think you're saying? So you don't intend to cooperate?
Nei-san, please calm down and listen. I'm going to suggest to you the way that you both of us can leave with the most money.
What?
I want you to go to the police and turn yourself in, admitting that you got into a scuffle and the gun went off.
Are you crazy? I don't want to go to the police!
Of course, we don't want to say that the crime happened here. The police would just find the gold. Yes, what about the rose garden? It's pouring rain now, so the police probably won't find any contradictions in the crime scene. I'll let you think of an excuse for why you and Nissan started fighting while you were holding guns in the rainy rose garden. Don't try to get us and our shares involved just because you want to hide your crime!
Rosa!
It's not so bad, right? It's not like they'll lock you up for decades. It was an accident, right? You'll be able to get out after just a few years. Once you've paid for your crime and gotten out, then you can just do whatever you want with your 5 billion.
No, absolutely no! What would happen if we were arrested? What would happen to my husband's company?
Who cares about the company? With 5 billion yen, working any longer would just be a waste of time, right? Rosa had never intended to go along with the idea Ava proposed. As far as the size of each person's portion went, no one had to get anything to gain from an explosion accident. By doing that, they could conceal Kraus and Natsuhi's deaths. There was no other reason to do it. From Rosa's perspective, the ideal outcome would be for them to confess to their crimes without any unnecessary tricks. All she wanted to do was change the crime scene from here to a different place. However, Ava didn't want to be arrested. She didn't like having her share shrink from 5 billion to 300 million, but even that was more than enough to cover the amount she had been trying to wring out of Kraus in the first place. She wanted to hide what had happened here, even if it meant blowing away 4.7 billion yen. What would happen if they were arrested? The life, the company, and the trust that Ava and her husband had worked so long to build, those were things that couldn't be bought back with money. So she wanted to hide Kraus and Natsuhi's deaths, even if it meant blowing up all 4.7 billion yen worth of gold. But from Rosa's perspective, that was just irrational nonsense.
Rosa!
What do you think you're doing with that gun, Nei-san? Are you going to misfire and kill me too? That'll make finding an excuse even harder. In fact, it'll also make it harder to explain away the other 2 deaths as accidents too. If you end up linked to 3 deaths, that's a fairly huge crime. They'll seek the death penalty most likely, and settle for a life sentence. At the very least, you'll be put away for a good 10+ years. Give up and turn yourself in. If you do, this will be no more than a pair of unfortunate accidents. Of course, your prison term won't be too terrible either. Don't worry about George-kun. We'll take good care of him. And we'll make sure that 5 billion of your share will be waiting for you when you get back. Ava ground her teeth and glared. The Rosa she knew would have been shaking and obeying her commands. And yet, Rosa wasn't scared. Her blank expression, no, that slight smile, was one that Ava had never seen before.
Put the gun down, Nason. If you calm down, you'll see that my plan is the best one. Prison isn't so bad, right? Think of it as a financial strategy. Even if they put you in for 10 years, there'll be $5 billion waiting for you when you get out. That's like working for a 500 million yen salary, right? If you think of it that way, you might even enjoy your job.
Liar! You just want to make off with my share while I'm in there! Like your man did to you! He has nothing to do with this, okay? I'm not going to run off. I would never, ever run away with money! I would never do that!
Rosa's once stony expression was filled with rage. The two howling people pointed their guns at each other, shouting insults at each other. You could smell the Gold Room's Reaper slinking closer. The smell of gunpowder, the explosive smell of death, filled the room. Blurp. A bubble of blood dripped from Rosa's mouth. Then, she fell over lifelessly, like a mannequin.
Ava?
It wasn't me! I swear I didn't even pull the trigger!
Hey, Vanessa. You just shot Natsuhi-san, so your gun wasn't loaded, right? You never reloaded, so even if you pulled the trigger, that gun wouldn't kill anyone. Have no fear. As Kyrie said this, she maneuvered the lever action with a practiced hand, and smoke-smelling shell casing was ejected. It hit the floor with a small, metallic sound. That tiny sound had a disturbing ring to it. Rosa-san's analysis was a little naive. Converting this many unmarked gold ingots into usable money. She had no idea how difficult that would be.
Dad just used it to show money to gain confidence. And even that was enough to create the rumor called the Legend of the Ashiramiya Gold. It's impossible to liquidate it. A pile of gold you can't use is no better than a pile of shit.
10 tons of gold exchanged on the black market, the successor and his wife dead in suspicious circumstances. Expecting that not to attract attention is what's really impossible. It's better not to get the police involved. We'll blow up this island and destroy all the evidence. If it's tough parting with the gold, feel free to grab a few ingots. The billion yen on the cash card's more than enough. In other words, Ava Nason, you're right.
I'm glad. It looks like we're on the same page. If the police get involved, who knows what might happen. It's the same with cashing in the gold. It just create more opportunities for word to get out somehow. It's more than we can handle. The billion yen that woman over there exchanged for cash is the only money we can get our hands on. And even splitting that billion, it'll be more than enough for what we need. On top of that, now that Rosa's dead, our shares have increased even more. We can leave this island with 500 million.
Exactly. As long as we don't let our greedy desire to cash in the gold control us, we can pretend that everything that occurred on this island never happened. We have a way to do that right here. There was no longer any reason to worry about accidental discharges or people being shot to death on this island. Everything would be erased equally by the explosion accident. No matter what happened between now and midnight the next day, everything would be rewritten by the explosion accident.
And you told me to turn myself in? Stupid Rosa! You weren't satisfied with a measly 300 million. This is what you get for being too greedy. You got nothing more than you deserved.
But Kiryu-san, there was no need to shoot her, right? Even Rosa-san would have figured it out if you just told her.
I did need to shoot her. After all, Rosa-san's the only one who didn't fire her gun.
What does that matter?
The guns lying at your feet are Kraus Nissan's and Ava Nason's. Both of those have been fired. However, Rosa-san's gun can shoot if you just pull the trigger. It's hard to reload one of these if you aren't used to the lever action. An amateur couldn't do it. Curious-san, what are you talking about?
You!
They finally realized what Kyrie meant. Rosa has the only gun that could still fire, so I shot her first. Oh, how foolish we were. Why didn't we realize sooner? We should have realized there's a mechanism for erasing everything that happens on this island. Ava and Hideyoshi hurried to pick up the guns that lay at their feet. At the same time, fire spat from Kyrie's gun once more. Hideyoshi let out a short scream, clutched at his chest, and fell over face down. Honey! Honey! What's wrong with this? Ava fiddled with the lever action, trying to imitate something she vaguely remembered from old westerns, but something seemed to be caught and the still open lever didn't budge. See? It's pretty hard. Kyrie finished reloading with the fluid motion. The way she held it was as innocent and sure as a kid playing with a squirt gun. With another heartless cry of gunfire, the puppet called Ava slumped down to the floor, as though all her strings had been cut. Rudolph-san, the billion-yen card?
Sure.
The cash card with a billion yen, which Ava had just grabbed from the witch. That alone was more than enough. The 20 billion yen pile of gold had skewed everyone's sense of value. People could kill over a few million yen, and this was a billion. Rosa-san, those were some famous last words there. A measly 300 million? You were too greedy.
No doubt. Lucky me. I don't have to fish through her corpse.
As Rudolph walked up to Ava's body, he found the card lying beside it and picked it up.
So, this thin little card's worth a billion yen. Keeping the company going feels ridiculous now. Shall we close up shop and spend the rest of our lives in some southern country?
That would just get boring. Besides, I like seeing you get all worked up about some problem then play around like a little kid when you finally overcome it.
Sure you do.
Thank you, Miss Golden Witch. Rudolph-san and I will make good use of this billion. Kraus-Nissan promised to treat you in a gentlemanly fashion, but I haven't made any such promise. She pulled the trigger without a trace of mercy. When the ringing of the gunfire died down, blood trickled from the witch's mouth, and she fell over onto the bed. Once again, Kyrie ejected the used shell casing. The 4 metal sounds of used shells hitting the floor seemed to symbolize the fact that Rudolph and his wife now possessed all shares of the gold. All of them were really slow-witted. From the moment she explained about the bomb, the entire notion of playing nicely vanished from this island, and they failed to notice.
Sorry about this, Aniki, Rosa. What can I say? It's just how the cookie crumbles. Cut me a break, okay? Aniki and Aniki get into a fight, Rosa gets dragged in, and I run away with the bone. Just the same way it's always been, right?
At the start, Rudolph and Kyrie hadn't planned to kill everyone and take everything for themselves. Kyrie had quickly realized by the size of the gun in her hands that it would probably hold 5 rounds at a time. Yes, both Kyrie and Rudolph knew a lot about these guns. Rudolph, who had gotten his interest in old-style Western guns from his father, owned a shotgun of a similar design. Since Kyrie had the same skill at handling firearms, they both knew enough about these guns to enjoy shooting together. Including the witch, there had been 8 people there. 6 besides the 2 of them. Each gun held 5 rounds. That was 1 short. They didn't have enough to kill everyone.
I was honestly surprised when they got into a fight and one of the guns went off.
That coincidental accident had provided the missing bullet. It wasn't the second shot. The very first shot, which had accidentally killed Natsuhi, had guaranteed the result of this massacre. In this smoke and corpse-filled room of gold, the 2 of them wore easygoing smiles, hardly any different from the ones they usually wore.
So, what now?
Rudolph picked up Rosa's gun. Then he fired a test shot at the wall and ejected the old shell with a smooth motion like Kyrie's. Kyrie went to the box of bullets on the table, casually picked up a few, and loaded them one after another into her gun. Set the bomb switch to on. Then we just need to wait 24 hours.
The others will make a lot of noise when they realize everyone's gone missing in the morning.
Then we just need to shut them up.
Guess so. What about Battler?
He's your son, not mine.
Don't say that. He really took a shine to you. He respects you, you know.
Then think of something clever that will convince him. I'll worry about Anjay. You worry about Battler-kun. Fair enough?
Sure.
I may be kind to my own child, but it's quite a struggle for me to treat Asumu-san's kids the same way. You understand, I hope? Kirie's voice had grown cold. Kirie had acted warmly towards Battler because that had been the adult thing to do. He was Rudolph's son, so she just tried to avoid being unkind. But underneath, he was the son of Asumu, the woman whose death had done nothing to quell the hate Kirie harbored towards her. Now that she had given birth to Anjay and finally built up a new family, was Battler's return really such a happy thing for her? Brace yourself. Now that we've come this far, we can only go for 1 billion yen or die trying. If Battler-kun's unconvinced, I'm sorry, but I won't be taking any chances.
No need to threaten me. I'll take care of it. I'll find a good story to tell him.
Make sure you do a good job of it. If Anjay hears that Battler-kun has died in an accident, I'm sure she'll be very sad.
Sure. How do we start?
We have nothing to gain by waiting for morning. Now's the best time.
Oh, wonderful. Not even a time for a break.
No time for a break. Or barreling ahead.
A test? What is he thinking? At this time of night? Right now?
Battler yelled wildly into the receiver. When he said at this time of night, George and Jessica turned to look. According to the clock, it was past midnight. It might be a normal time to be told to brush their teeth and go to bed, but they couldn't understand what this test was all about.
Okay, I'll hand it over. Here, George Aniki. It's my dad.
Hello. This is George speaking.
Hey, George-kun. Sorry to call so late. I'll bet I didn't wake you, though, right? You still up chatting away?
Pretty much. Maria-chan's sleeping.
Oh, wait. Looks like she just woke up.
So what did you want to talk about? Battler-kun said something about a test.
Yep. Dad can be such a pain sometimes. He suddenly came down from his room, a bunch of stuff happened, and he suddenly started talking about which grandchild would make the best successor.
But isn't Uncle Kraus the successor?
Says that none of us are good enough to be the successor. So he's talking about skipping us adults and choosing one from you grandchildren instead. Really shaking us up, having this forced on us all of a sudden. Aniki and the others are all arguing about it across the room. Maybe you can hear Aniki's shrill voice leaking through across the phone.
Is that so? Well, if that's what Grandfather says, then there's no way around it, I guess. In that case, what should we do?
He says he wants to call you out one by one, starting with Jessica-chan. Oh, wait a sec.
Okay.
You still there? Looks like George-kun and Jessica-chan will be the first up to bat. He wants Jessica-chan to go to the parlor in the mansion. You're supposed to go out by the chapel.
It's so sudden, I hardly feel ready. What sort of test is it?
Looks like Dad's made some kind of crazy quiz. Some weird questions about what it means to be the head.
Of course, George felt as though something wasn't right. However, Kinzo was famous for doing radical things on a whim. Even this strange test seemed plausible once he heard that it was a sudden idea of Kinzo's. But even in that case, if he wanted to test them one by one, why wouldn't he call them out one by one? Like an interview, they should just have to wait in the reception room and go when they were called. Why would two people be called to different places at the same time? The plan didn't seem to make sense, which made George feel as though he was missing something.
Still, I wonder why he wanted to get you to go to the chapel of all places. Seems your grandfather expects a lot from you. I'm not sure what it is, but I think he wants to talk to you about something alone.
Grandfather wants to talk to me?
Wonder what it is. You are the most accomplished of all his grandchildren, after all. Guess there's something he wants to tell you in particular. Well, anyway, that's what he says. Get over there right away. I'm also supposed to go there. Let's get this over with. We'll both catch cold if we keep this up.
Is that so?
I see. Then I'll head towards the chapel. Jessica-chan will go to the parlor. Okay. I'll see you there in a bit then.
Just what sort of test, what sort of private conversation could Kinzo want to have at this time of night? However, it was a well-known fact that Kinzo didn't have very long to live. It was conceivable that he had some last words for each of his individual descendants. Inside George's mind, the faint feeling that something was wrong was replaced by curiosity and a desire to meet Kinzo directly and hear the details. George set down the receiver and quickly explained to the others.
It's as you heard. Grandfather says he wants to give us all some sort of test.
Huh? A test?
After hiding in his study all these years, he decides to give us a pop quiz this late at night? Damn that old geezer. What's he thinking?
Seems our parents feel the same way. It sounds as though they're very worked up about it.
Well, I doubt getting worked up about it will change Grandfather's mind any.
Exactly. We might as well accept it. It's the order of the head of the family, after all. Let's obey it. To start, Jessica-chan and I are being called out. I'm going to the chapel. Jessica-chan, you're supposed to go to the parlor in the mansion.
What about Maria and me?
I think they'll call about you later. You can wait here.
Huh? A midnight test! What could it be? What kind of test is it? A quiz? A puzzle? I'm really good at wolves and sheep puzzles. Huh.
Maria, who was now fully awake, seemed to be very excited about this unexpected midnight test.
Then we'll just hang out in here.
Yes. Okay. I'm going. I think they're already waiting for us.
So, he's making one of his grandkids the successor. Sounds just great for me. Now I can let one of you guys deal with it.
I'm gonna become the successor. I want to do it.
It'd be fun to have Maria as the successor.
Bye. See you later.
Rudolph put down the receiver and stood up.
Okay. Guess I'm going to the chapel. Damn cold out there. Goto-san, have some coffee waiting for me when I get back, will you?
Next to Rudolph, Goto was lying face up. His face was covered by a crossword puzzle book. However, its pages were stained with blood, and there was no need to move the book to imagine how he had met his pitiful end. How was it? A nice script, don't you think?
Yeah. We should be thanking Dad. All we've got to do is say it's him being fickle and no one thinks to doubt it.
Then let's split up. I'll take care of Jessica-chan. You take care of George-kun.
You got it. Let's get this over with quickly, then relax with some coffee.
There won't be any problems, yes? No sudden pangs of conscience? Kyrie smiled coldly. It probably would have been safer to call them out one by one and finish them off together. However, Kyrie had chosen to have her husband work separately. She wanted to measure Rudolph's resolve. If she was the only one who got her hands dirty and Rudolph just watched, his heart would not be as dedicated to this venture. By having him dirty his own hands, she could make him truly determined to see this thing through. Kyrie understood this sort of mind game better than anyone else. Rudolph reflexively averted his gaze from the cold glint in her eyes, but then he just shrugged and answered her question.
Of course. We have 1 billion yen riding on this. I'm a man. I'm not gonna miss a chance that'll never come again in my lifetime.
I expected no less of you, Rudolph-san. I love people who seize chances when they come. That's why I fell in love with you.
Thanks. I'm glad.
Rudolph-san,
What?
you will stay.
Huh? What'd you say?
You will stay. The same Rudolph-san that I love, right?
Of course. When have I ever let you down? Instead of that, you should be worrying more about the kind of champagne we'll use to toast our victory.
I'll do that. Take care now. If you really treasure Battler-kun, don't kill George-kun in front of the chapel, okay? It'll be a pain if he finds the corpse.
Yeah, I know. I'll lure him away somehow. It's raining outside. Should be some way to do it.
And you aren't a villain in some old western, got it? Don't grant any last requests or any last words, okay? Kyrie lifted up her gun again and pulled on the lever to eject the casing from the bullet she had killed Goto with.
Honey. Honey.
Ava was holding Hideyoshi's body and crying. She hadn't been shot at all. The bullet had grazed the side of her head and missed. She hadn't been playing dead. She really had thought she'd been shot. When Kyrie's gun spat fire, Ava felt something swift and fierce scrape past her head, before feeling lightheaded and fainting. Then, later on, she woke up in the now silent room of the gold. The corpse of her beloved husband lay beside her, along with the corpses of Kraus, Natsuhi, and Rosa. It was a room of death and piled-up bodies. When she had cried all she could over Hideyoshi's body, she realized that she still had something she needed to do.
George is in danger. George! George! They're trying to use the bomb to blow up everything, to bury this whole island with an explosion accident.
Ava checked the clock and was proven right. As expected, the switch was set to the right, which meant that it was active. Ava moved to flip it to the left and stopped. That's right. As long as this switch points to the right, everything that happens on this island will disappear into a night of illusion. Yes, this is an illusion. No matter what happens tonight, everything will become muddled and hidden away.
They're going to kill everyone else. That has to be it. I'm sure of it.
When she looked at the table with the box of bullets, she saw signs that they had grabbed several large handfuls of bullets from the box. It clearly showed that they planned to use that many bullets.
I have to fight. If only just to protect the life of my precious son. The gun that I dropped when I was shot is stuck with the lever handle open. No matter how hard I pull, it won't open any further, and it won't close again. A bullet must have gotten jammed and broken it. It's just as Kyria said. Loading a bullet is tough if you aren't used to it. Please, honey, lend me your strength. Help me protect George. Lend me your strength.
In Hideyoshi's hand was Kraus's gun, which he had been trying to pick up. Ava took it, prayed to her husband one more time, and tugged on the lever handle. With a light metallic sound, the golden casing spun through the air and bounced off the ground. When she timidly tried to push the lever back, this time it returned to its original place without any resistance. There was another metallic clang. It was the sound of a new bullet being loaded. I figured it'd be something like this. Someone scheming to show me a game that would disgust me the most so that they can laugh at me. In the game so far, various people have been suspected of being the culprit or an accomplice. The only difference now was that Rudolph and Kyrie were those suspects. However, that was the most aggravating development possible for Anje. Even Leon was full of painful thoughts. They had been lucky enough to solve the epitaph, which was the only miracle that could lead to a game with no victims. How ironic that they were unable to prevent the tragedy. Does this mean that we weren't allowed to have a happy future where we all happily return from the island alive, even if the epitaph is miraculously solved before the crime occurs? There will be absolutely no miracles. I recalled those words, which I had heard in one of the fragments Bernkastel had shown me. Bernkastel-san, you showed me how wonderful my world was. I don't want to believe that you created this tale just to hurt Anje. By now, even I realize that you're the game master here. Please, tell me. Why are you showing us this game? Of course, no one answered Leon's muttered question. The game created to mock Anje continued emotionlessly, with more terrible twists that didn't betray anyone's expectations anymore.
Ha! Show whatever terrible game you like! You're trying to say that this is one of the endless possibilities inside the cat box, right? Just do whatever you want! I won't let something like this get to me! Someday I'll find out the truth of what happened on October 4th and 5th, 1986. 1986.
After meeting Kyrie in the parlor, Jessica was told that the test would be held in the dining hall, and she followed Kyrie there. Auntie Kyrie, there's no one here. He'll be here soon. Sit over there. Jessica sat in that chair, looking nervous and agitated. Kyrie was by far the calmer of the two. Kyrie closed the door behind her, revealing the gun that rested behind it. Jessica was facing the other way, so she saw nothing. Did you hear anything, Auntie Kyrie? You know what kind of test this is? Yes. It'll be over soon. I sure hope so. As she complained, Jessica turned her head around and the tip of her nose bumped into cold metal. Huh.
Uncle Rudolph? What?
Oh, okay.
Uncle Rudolph? What are you doing?
Just can't bring myself to shoot you in the back.
Careful. Guns are dangerous. What on earth are you doing?
You really have to ask why someone would point a gun and pull the trigger?
Rudolph reloaded rapidly and pulled the trigger again without any sign of hesitation. And the sound of gunfire thundered through the rain. George grabbed at his side and fell to his knees.
That's weird. Looks like it shoots low. This gun's really got it bad.
Somebody! Help me! Uncle Rudolph is...
George started stumbling away, still clutching at his side. His voice as he called for help was weak and thin. Behind him, Rudolph looked perfectly calm as he fiddled with his gun and inspected the sights.
It hurts. It hurts.
The gouging pain in George's side tormented him. It was so painful that he could barely stand and walk. He leaned against the trunk of a tree. After he crouched down, trying to cover his wound, he was no longer able to stand back up. George didn't have a clue what was going on. However, he had thought it strange the whole time. Of course it was strange that he should be called out to a place like this at a time like this. And yet, how could he have guessed that something was wrong? After all, his own uncle had told him that his grandfather was calling for him from the family conference. How could he have gotten suspicious?
Sorry about this, George-kun. It hurts, doesn't it? If I knew it'd be like this, it'd have been more merciful to blow your brains out from behind. I thought it'd be too cruel to finish you off before you knew what hit you, but it looks like I got it backwards.
Why? Uncle Rudolph! Why would my kind uncle do this?
Just forget about all of this. By tomorrow night, none of it will have happened.
With a quick use of the lever handle, he loaded another bullet. The casing of the bullet that had pierced George's side fell heartlessly in front of him.
Everyone's gonna die in a sudden unfortunate accident. Until that moment, we'll all have been a big happy family. That's how it's gonna be. So don't worry about this. Forget it all.
Of course, George didn't have a clue what Rudolph was talking about. All he knew was that Rudolph wanted to kill him, that he showed no trace of hesitation. The image George had of Rudolph as the ideal, cool, joke-loving adult didn't match up with the Rudolph standing in front of him holding a gun. No, maybe it didn't fit because it fit too well. Even though there was a gun in his hands, Rudolph had a huge smile on his face, as though he was about to tell some hilarious joke. Why would that kind, funny Uncle Rudolph do this? It made him feel unimaginably sad, and tears flowed from his eyes.
Uncle Rudolph, I admired you so much.
Haven't I always told you, George-kun? To make sure you don't end up as an adult like me. Now you see. In the next world, make it your first priority to learn how to recognize a real bastard. I know you can do it. After all, it's just another kind of studying.
Biting down the pain in his side, and summoning the last of his strength, George threw his whole body into a roundhouse kick. At the same time, fire spat from Rudolph's gun. The bullet pierced George's chest. George twisted and fell as blood gushed from the wound. He moaned wordlessly, clenching blood-stained teeth. The frigid gun was pressed harshly against his temple.
So long. You'll become a great man in the next world.
Don't get blinded by money like me.
I can't believe that my uncle would kill for money.
You're so innocent. People can't kill for money.
The ruthless trigger forestalled any further questions. George's hands, which had been covering his wound, dropped lifelessly. After Rudolph saw the last glimmer of life leave him, he let out a deeply exhausted sigh he'd been holding back for some time.
I expected worse.
Rudolph looked up into the dark, rainy sky, the raindrops hitting him full in the face, and laughed with an indescribable expression, his tongue hanging out.
I figured my conscience would be giving me a harder time. Now that it's over, I'm surprised how little I felt.
Rudolph started laughing. This was probably just the thing Kyrie had hoped for. It had taken some effort to kill George. Though he had been merciless, the last traces of conscience in Rudolph's heart had probably slowed him down. However, now that he had killed someone with his own hands, a turning point that few people ever reach, Rudolph had finally awakened. No, he finally understood.
It's exactly the same as screwing suckers out of their money. The same old game of musical chairs. When there's a pile of money up for grabs, there's no prize for taking your time. The slow ones just get kicked down to hell. I've scammed dozens of unfortunate saps and buried them in debt. Several of them probably ended up bankrupt, and some of those might have hanged themselves. And I always laughed, saying that wasn't my problem. That's all there is to it. The only difference now is that, for the first time, I've dealt the final blow with my own hands. Thanks, Kyrie. You're always the best at cutting away my naivete.
Rudolph's evil laugh rang out. The laugh was so purely evil it was almost refreshing. Evil that still has a conscience and thinks itself good is far more repulsive to behold. If a man commits himself to an evil act, how much more pleasant and graceful it is when he is honest about his intentions. In that sense, Rudolph's evil smile and laugh truly were pleasant and graceful. And so, surely the brutal, bloody stage of the dining hall was also refreshing. A clang, a thud, a crack, a squish. A strange mixture of those sounds kept repeating over and over at the same tempo. Our Habaki Gaming with the $5. Remember when Rudolph said that witches and monsters are not scary and that true fear comes from contracts and lies, human deceit? Yeah, he was right. Each time, a red splash landed on the nearby dangling tablecloth. Jessica-chan? Are you listening? Kyrie asked this with the sort of smile any aunt might make to her niece. However, Jessica didn't answer. There was nothing particularly surprising about this. After all, by now, her nose was broken, her eyes had been smashed, her teeth had been knocked out, and not only her nose but her entire face was now hardly recognizable as a face, just a lump of bloody flesh. Kyrie finally stopped her task of repeatedly smashing Jessica's face with the stock of her gun. Still sitting on top of Jessica, Kyrie tossed her gun to the side, pulled a compact out of her pocket, and looked at her own face in the mirror. Then, finally, she realized that her face was covered by speckles of fresh blood.
How terrible. His clothes will have to go too.
With a muffled laugh, Kyrie shakily rose to her feet. Jessica wasn't moving anymore. She had been convulsing a bit until a second ago, but now she was as still as stone.
When it comes to punching women in the face, your aunt is an old pro. Sorry about that. If you hadn't resisted, I could have let you have a much cleaner death.
Kyrie pulled the tablecloth off and used it like a towel to wipe the blood from all over her body. However, instead of taking the blood off, it just smeared it around, and did nothing to remove the stench of blood and death that covered her. When she got tired of smearing blood over the tablecloth, Kyrie walked over to the extension telephone in the corner of the room. Then, she dialed the number for the cousin's room in the guest house. Hello? It's me. It's your turn now, Battler-kun. You're next to go in front of the chapel. Yes, that's right. I haven't been given any instructions about Maria-chan. Have her wait there. Yes, take it seriously. I'm rooting for you to be chosen as the successor. With the same smile as usual and the partly wiped splashes of blood still covering her face, Kyrie finished her call to Battler. When she sat down the receiver, there was a small knock, and Rudolph came back into the room.
Whoa, what a mess.
Jessica-chan has better reflexes than I gave her credit for. Didn't expect her to knock the gun away when she did.
It's a bit of a shame that she had to end up looking like this. What a waste of the good look she got from Natsuhine-san.
And how about your end? Did he give you much trouble?
No problems there. Plain and simple.
When Kyrie heard Rudolph's instant response, she favored him with an evil smile. Yes, the man she loved was the sort who could do whatever he put his mind to, without letting cheap emotions get in the way. I love you, Rudolph-san. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Hard to imagine an easier job to net you 1 billion yen. It's like Dad always said. In the life of every man, there comes one day where he has to be willing to kill.
In other words, always be willing to kill if your own survival depends on it. That's my favorite of the things he used to say.
What's next? My rifle's just hungry for blood.
You got a big job coming up. Convincing Battler-kun.
That's right. That'll be a pain. Hope I don't have to end it by pulling the trigger.
I'm fond of it, you know. Our little family of 3 with Anji. But if you really want Battler-kun to join in on that, good luck.
Sure. I'm not gonna give him the room to argue back. Don't worry, I've worked out a scenario to trick him good.
Good luck. I do hope for Anji's beloved big brother not to get caught up in an explosion accident if it can be avoided.
I know. Alright, I'm heading back to the chapel.
Rudolph-san,
What?
if Battler-kun doesn't buy it,
I know. If it comes to that, bang.
remember, Battler-kun is the type to take action, so much that he left the family out of protest when I married you. If your story to him isn't airtight and he starts questioning things later on, he'll prove fatal to us.
I know. Believe in me.
So, if I decide that Battler-kun is the least bit suspicious, I'll kill him myself. He's not my kid, after all.
Yeah. I know. So... Kyrie, promise me one thing.
What's that?
If I can trick Battler and the 3 of us make it off this island,
Yes?
never say that Battler isn't your kid again. You're his mother. Please.
Sure, I promise. Kyrie shrugged and answered as she loaded bullets. You go to the chapel. I'll wait until Battler-kun is left and then clean up everything inside the guest house.
Sure. Sure you're alright Sure you'll be alright doing that alone?
You worry about yourself. Battler left the guest house under an umbrella. He had been called to the area in front of the chapel, just like George had been. Not even half an hour had passed since the time George and Jessica had been called out. Apparently, this test didn't last too long.
Damn geezer. You didn't even show up for lunch, and now you show up in the middle of a night with a test. How about living as a shut-in's got his sense of day and night all backwards?
Complaining all the way, Battler strolled off into the rain. Almost immediately, he was swallowed up by the darkness of the rose garden and passed out of sight. And then, Kyrie could be seen coming out from the darkness of the rose garden. Her right hand held a gun, her left an umbrella. Her inner pocket contained the master key ring she had stolen from Goda. Her right pocket had a handful of bullets. Her left held a knife she had taken from the kitchen. She was a carefully and perfectly outfitted murderer. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the swirling skies. It lit up only half of Kyrie's face. Her cheek was still covered with Jessica's blood. Under the eaves, Kyrie folded up her umbrella, smiled, and spoke to no one. How's it going, everyone? I am going to take a quick BRB to get some water. I will be back in just a few minutes.
You're in tune to the decipher sounds and we lock down in the media. It's all about high-level music for the Y2K vibe. Shouts out to the UK talent. Just keep pressing on and moving forward. Cause UK talent is nearly at its peak, yeah? Don't give up now, it's not long. It's just a matter of time.
Hello, everybody. We're back. No comment. Let's just keep going. Rudolph could be seen under the eaves of the chapel. He had hidden his gun in the nearby shadows and was now smoking a cigarette.
Should be easy to trick that dimwit. If it doesn't work, that's just too bad.
He glanced over the place he had stowed his gun. The cigarette smoke began to pleasantly cloud his mind. Battler isn't a kid anymore. He's an adult who can choose his path through life as he pleases. When animals grow up, it's normal for them to leave their group and go on a journey. Humans are the only ones that keep treating them like kids even after they get big.
If it was gonna come to this, should have never begged for you to come back. I regret dragging you back into the family.
He puffed out those words, along with the smoke. When Battler came, he didn't intend to voice those regrets of his. Rudolph had already determined to play the part of an evil murderer who kills for money.
He's still not here. What's taking him so long?
At that moment, he heard the sound of someone stepping on gravel. He looked up, thinking that Battler had finally arrived, but the sound had come from the direction opposite of the mansion. Rudolph, how could you? How could you do that to my husband?
Aniki, so you're alive.
Yeah, sorry, but I lived! Too bad! But my husband wasn't so lucky!
How could you? How could you? With a face obscured by anger and tears, Ava slowly walked closer, her gun raised. Her husband had been killed right in front of her. She probably wouldn't even hesitate. Realizing that a gun, quivering with anger, was pointed right at his chest, Rudolph backed away. As he pretended to back away, he approached the gun he had hidden in the shadows.
Calm down, Aniki. Put the gun down. I never wanted that to happen. Everything happened so fast that there was nothing I could do.
How can you say such half-baked lies? As Ava had said, it really had been a half-baked, pointless thing to say. Rudolph would have said anything if he thought it would calm Ava's emotions before she pulled the trigger, which she looked capable of doing at any moment now. Then, Rudolph's foot came in contact with his gun.
Let's just talk this over. George-kun should be here soon. Oh. Hey, George-kun. We're over here.
Rudolph waved as though George was coming from behind Ava. Let Ava's attention turn in that direction.
That idiot. My simple big sister has always been a sucker. Die!
Gunfire. Then, a bit later, the sound of something heavier than rain, drip dropping onto the cobblestone floor. Rudolph, I've always been able to see through your tricks. The bullet Ava fired had struck Rudolph square in the chest. The bullet Rudolph fired had missed, landing near Ava's feet.
Guess I was right. This gun does shoot low.
He dropped the gun into a puddle with a splash, staggered backwards, and leaned against the wall of the chapel.
No, that's not it. All good westerns end with the bad guy's bullet missing.
Ava dashed up to him, kicked away the gun that had fallen into a puddle, and grabbed Rudolph by the collar. What about George? Where is he? I won't let you kill him!
Sorry, Aniki. The deed's already done.
You're lying.
Did it in the bushes over there. Go take a look. You'll see.
Rudolph, you... Ava, who said that she had always been able to see through her little brother's tricks, also knew that Rudolph's final words, as his consciousness began to fade from having been shot, were not a lie. How could you? George! George! An empty shell casing bounced off the cobblestone. The furious gun barrel was pressed against Rudolph's forehead.
Go ahead and shoot. I doubt that'll bring you much peace, though.
A bolt of lightning turned everything white. However, the wall of the chapel was stained blood red. A red splash like a crushed tomato covered the wall behind Rudolph's head. Then, leaving a red trail behind him, Rudolph slid down the wall, sat on the ground, and fell over. George! George! Ava dashed off towards the bushes. She found George's corpse almost immediately, screamed, and broke down sobbing. Rudolph's bloody corpse was exposed to the rain that ran down off the eaves. His eyes were still wide open. A ragged, fist-sized hole had been torn open in the back of his head, exposing its contents to the open air. Inside was minced flesh and bright red jelly. That goop, which looked like someone had mixed it up with a spoon, dripped from his eyes, ears, mouth, and the hole in his head. Dad! Dad! Anjay clutched at her head, sobbing and moaning. Her father had dirtied his hands with murder over money, and on top of that, he had faced such a cruel end, and Anjay had been forced to see his corpse. It was hard to imagine a more painful experience for a daughter to go through. I'm totally fed up with this. It's completely meaningless. Burnkastel-san, I know you're here somewhere. Please make this game stop. There's no point to it. As if in answer to that yell, a black shadow appeared a few seats in front of them. Or perhaps she had been sitting there the whole time. Maybe we just couldn't see her until we realized she was there. It was without a doubt the back of Burnkastel's head. Burnkastel-san! Pipe down back there. Can't you watch the show quietly? The witch turned around with bored eyes, as though the two who were yelling were the strange ones. Please stop this! We realize that this world is the sealed cat box of October 4th and 5th. The games are like messages, or maybe like a roundabout love letter, conveying a single message over several games. But we already understand. We know that endless tales can seep out of the sealed 2-day cat box. And beyond that, I even know the culprit and the motive. That has already been revealed, and it has nothing to do with this game. We both know the answer, that this is a cat box tale, so there shouldn't be any reason to hold further games like this. If this is supposed to be a game between you and us, we already know the answer. The game should be able to end now.
Just shut up already. Didn't you hear Byrne tell you to be quiet?
Another shadow appeared in the next seat over, turned around, and scolded the pair. There is a point. If you just watch, you'll see it. Are you the game master? Not at all. Then who is it? Could it be Claire? If you watch, you'll see. Not much longer now.
The tragedy's already reaching its climax. Who'll survive, I wonder?
Burnkastel isn't the game master? Then who is? Could Claire have created this cruel tale? Or are there even more witches playing around with the cat box? The guest house was wrapped in silence. Pining Tree with $5. Ava, she started this bloodshed, but does she deserve this tragedy day? There were no sounds, no trace of anyone's presence, no breathing from anyone alive. There wasn't anything to be heard anymore. If there was a sound, then that would be only the sound of a murderer's feet stepping across the floor. Curia slowly passed through the lounge. In her right hand was a gun. In her left hand was a knife. The knife was stained with blood, and some was still dripping from the tip, leaving behind red tracks like a demon's footprints. Her hands were filled with tools of murder, so she wasn't capable of doing anything but murder. In that sense, at this moment, she was nothing more than a pure and unadulterated murderer. The murderer reached the front door, and then finally, she looked down at her blood-stained hands, the hands that carried the tools of death with which she had performed her cruel massacre. At last, the murderer realized that she couldn't even open the door like this, and threw away the knife in her left hand. Then, she placed her hand on the door, turned around calmly, and spoke. Sorry, everyone. But don't worry. In a few days, the newspapers will be talking about an unfortunate accident. And I'm sure the newspapers, and all the rumor-spreading people will say that you must have spent your time in happy ignorance until the instant of the accident. In other words, that'll mean you had a good time until midnight on October 5th. So said the one who had stained the guest house red.
At this hour, the cousins are all staying up late and playing around. The servants who have the morning shift are all snoring. The ones on the late shift are probably filling in the log or taking a break right about now. That's how it is. From where I am now, I can hear the laughter coming from the cousins' room.
Humans outside the cat box would probably never understand what Kyrie was saying. Only she, shut inside the cat box of the explosion accident, could understand the true meaning of her words. Outside, the rain poured down heavily. Kyrie almost picked up an umbrella, but then stopped suddenly as if she'd just thought of something. Then she started walking out into the rain, not caring at all whether she got wet or not. Did the murderer not want an umbrella to get in the way of her pointing a gun? Or was she hoping that the rain could act as a shower to get the blood off of her? Kyrie stopped walking, as though something unexpected had caught her attention. However, this time it was no whim of hers.
How could you kill my husband?
Oh, Eva-san. That's surprising. How could I have missed you from that distance?
I'm just as surprised. I still can't believe I survived.
You came here from the underground stairway behind the chapel, right? In that case...
That's right! I bumped into Rudolph in front of the chapel!
Did he look well?
Oh, yes. It's been a while since we siblings had a nice chat.
I see. He's such a show-off, but so unreliable in a tight spot. Looks like he's hopeless without me after all.
Kyrie had already realized that Rudolph had been killed. However, no trace of urgency or panic rose to her face. She just closed her eyes with her usual unconcerned expression. And when she opened them again, she had regained her composed smile.
Thank you. I'm grateful. Now I really can have everything to myself.
What's that blood on your clothes? You just came out of the guest house, didn't you? Don't tell me.
Yes, that's right. I'm in the middle of a murder right now.
You killed them? All of them? Even Maria-chan?
There was no reason to let them live until morning. When morning came, there would be an uproar, and that could prove to be a pain. They might have used a wireless to contact someone off the island and gotten help. So this was clearly the best move to take. If you flip over the chessboard and look at it that way.
Monster! I can't believe you're so blinded by greed that you committed murder!
Don't forget what you did yourself.
That was an accident! I didn't mean to kill them! I'm not like you!
Oh, yes you are. If that gun hadn't gone off, you would have kept on arguing and grappling with each other. If you had, then the two of you would eventually have reached the same answer as I did, just a few steps slower.
I am not a murderer!
Not true. You're absolutely a murderer. Just one who didn't get a chance. You were saved by an accidental discharge, that's all. If it weren't for that bit of good luck, and if I hadn't sprung into action before you did, then you would have played the same role I'm playing now. That's a fact. Truth of an alternate future. And it won't go away no matter how much you try to deny it.
Don't try and confuse me!
However, on the inside, Ava understood. Back then, she probably had been saved by that coincidental misfire. If the argument had continued much longer, she would surely have grown a desire to kill Kraus and the others, and might have even carried it out. She simply could not deny the existence of that demon deep within her heart. Only the theatergoers knew. They knew that she could become a killer in another world. And Kyrie, who did not have the theater-going ability, knew this fact also. Apparently, she really was an extraordinary person. So for some time, Ava could only grind her teeth in silence, still pointing her gun.
I don't understand. You're also a mother. You felt the pain of giving birth to your own child. How can you not know how precious a life is? How are you capable of doing all of this?
You can create a child without even trying.
What does that have to do with anything?
Children are bonds, is what I mean.
What?
Children are bonds that can tie you to your husband. In my case, a bond to make Rudolph-san acknowledge me, so I could take him back from that woman. But you've killed Rudolph-san now. So, you understand what that means, right?
What do you mean? I understand!
Right now, I'm no man's wife, so there's no need for me to be a mother. I'm me, Kyrie. Now that Rudolph-san is dead, I'm not even an Ushiramiya anymore. I live to benefit me. Right.
Right. Rudolph is dead, so maybe you aren't a wife anymore. But you still have Anjay-chan, right? You're still a mother, aren't you?
Didn't you hear what I just said about having bonds? Now that Rudolph-san is gone, Anjay's of no use to me.
You... How can any mother say that about her own daughter?
Hey, Bene-san. Let's put a stop to this. Stop pretending to be so noble.
Pretending!
Did either of us marry because we wanted children? We didn't, right? We married because we wanted to live with the man that we loved. And once you've married, you never want to let that man go for the rest of your life, correct? Children are weapons to be used for that goal.
One would have children for a reason like that!
Some people would have children for a reason like that. Kyrie kept on speaking emotionlessly, ignoring the fallen rain. Her relaxed smile did not falter for an instant. Anjay was just a chain I used to tie Rudolph-san to me. Or you could call her a chess piece, someone to play the role of the kid in our family drama. To me, Anjay was nothing more than a piece, necessary so that I could act the part of the good mother in front of Rudolph-san.
You... Could you say that to Anjay-chan's face?
Of course, that'd be pointlessly cruel, so I won't say this to her directly. I plan to write her a letter to asking her to forgive her bad mother and vanish from her life. You've seen what Rosa-san and Maria-chan are like, right? Now that Rudolph-san's gone, Anjay's just a chain tying me down. I'll go back to just being Kyrie and enjoy the rest of my life at my leisure. A new challenge, a new life, and maybe even a new love.
And you call yourself human? You call yourself Anjay-chan's mother?!
Who gives a damn about Anjay? She's just a little brat. I've never once felt any affection for her.
How can you?
You've been released from your family drama too, haven't you? Let's sing the praises of a woman's freedom. You should thank me for having George-kun killed for you.
You monster!
The two yells and the sound of gunfire thundered across the dark rose garden. Slowly, Ava fell backwards. Then she landed in a puddle, scattering countless drops of water. Across from her, Kyrie spun around as though dancing. Beautiful black rose petals scattered around her. They were dark red rose petals. As these rose petals sprayed from her throat, she spun around in a circle and slowly crumpled. Then she fell to the ground, sending muddy water flying. The two women had both fired their guns and fallen. However, when the thunder roared, it was only Ava who sat back up. Ava hadn't been shot. Kyrie's intensity had made her fall backwards, but the bullets had once again only grazed her. Ava cursed her good luck. Why couldn't this luck have saved her husband or her son?
Die there. For Anjay-chan's sake. You'll be killed in the explosion accident. Until the moment of your death, you worried about the daughter you left behind. I'll carve that message into the lid of the cat box.
When Kyrie heard this, blood dripped from her grinning mouth. and she seemed to say something in response. However, her voice came out only as globs of blood from the hole in her throat, not words. Mom! Mom! It's a lie! It's all a lie! Anjay, please calm down! This is just a game! That couldn't possibly be what your mother truly feels! Let me turn the mic down a little bit. It's just something that the Game Master made on Curious Piece say! But saying that did nothing to calm Anjay's sobs. I don't blame her. Even if she knows it's just a game, she's been forced to see not only her mother's death, but also her mother announcing that she was the culprit of a mass murder who didn't even love her daughter. Anyone would sob after hearing that. Bernkastel-san! Enough of this! I don't care who the Game Master is! Stop this pointless game right now! When Leon yelled this, the theater suddenly went pitch black, swallowed in darkness. However, that wasn't enough to shock Leon. Leon continued to yell Bernkastel's name into the darkness, telling the witch to stop this game. Then, a single beam of light shone down upon the stage. There was Claire, the one who had appeared for just a second right before this cruel game had began. Claire! So, you are the Game Master after all? I don't understand. Why? Claire didn't answer. In fact, it looked as though she hadn't even heard. Her eyes were blank, and you couldn't tell what she was looking at. In fact, she was even forgetting to blink. She looked just like a doll. Then, another beam of light lit up the side of the stage. Under that light stood Bernkastel. At the same time, though there appeared to be no one in the audience, a large applause rang out. Bernkastel raised her right hand in response to the applause. She kept doing so until the applause died down. Bernkastel-san! So, you were the master of this game after all? Leon, how many times do I have to tell you that I'm not the Game Master? Then you're saying that it's Claire? That's impossible! Yep, that is of course impossible. After all, Claire's dead. We were just conducting her funeral. Did you forget that? And just who was standing there? A corpse. It's not taxidermy, so of course she still has her insides. She's hiding it under a beautiful exterior, but she's actually packed full of guts. When Bernkastel raised her right hand, a light fell on it, and a black shining scythe appeared there. It was a cold, merciless, and cruel object, like something a classic Grim Reaper might hold. What are you planning to do? When they're alive, you can enjoy watching them struggle. When they're dead, you can enjoy tearing out their guts. Tales are things you get to enjoy twice. That's what it means to be a witch of theater going. Bernkastel pressed the blade of her Reaper scythe against Claire's stomach, then slowly slid it across. Then, along the line she traced, Claire's dress was sliced open. It was now clear that the scythe she held was not a fake one for theatrical use, and it was clear what she planned to do next that made her cruel smile so fitting. Anjay, can you hear me? I hear you! You tear me to bits, make me read! What's next? Are you showing me the worst possible tale to hurt me even more? Is this fun for you? Yeah, I'll bet it is. I had a grand old time with it too. Did you think that this would be enough to break me? You think I'll sit around crying any longer because of this disgusting game of yours? Both you and Leon seem to have the wrong idea. I'm not the Game Master. This tale is not one that I created. And that woman in the dress is the Game Master? No, she isn't. There can't be. Then who is the Game Master? Who created this disgusting tale? You still don't understand? What don't we understand? Anjay, you gambled everything on a faint chance of a miracle, throwing yourself forward. Out of respect for your courage, I invited you to the 2-day world of October 4th and 5th, 1986. What was your goal? To take your family back. That would be a very difficult thing, and without the blessing of a miracle, a thoroughly impossible one. You were prepared for that, weren't you? Yes, I'm prepared! And I still haven't given up on Oni-chan, Mom and Dad! Whether you give up or not is your choice. That's your own game, after all. I won't support you, and I won't interfere either. I've already enjoyed my fill of games that use you as a piece, so I have no need for you any longer. Well, that's a relief. Then why am I here? Didn't you invite me? Yes, that's right. I invited you here. To thank you for entertaining me for a while as my piece. To thank me! Ha! So this is how witches show gratitude. Yeah, it's been a real blast, you sick monster! How dare you do this to my parents? Putting them in this sick game! Anjay, you made a wish, hoping that you could take your family back. However, you made one more wish, remember? No, I don't! You wanted to know what happened on that day. What happened on Rokenjima on October 4th and 5th, 1986? Didn't Anjay leave on her journey with the Makusa because she longed to answer that question? That's right. So what's your point? You don't mean... Leon realized what Bernkastel was getting at, and because of that, Leon was too shocked to speak. The Game Master isn't Bernkastel or Claire. Then who is it? That's the wrong question. There is no Game Master. That could only mean one thing. Anjay, you still don't understand? What? This is the truth. The insides of the cat box on October 4th and 5th, 1986. After this, Ava survives the explosion by escaping to Kuwadorian. And since she never spoke of the inside of the cat box, no matter how much you wanted to know, that truth was shut within the cat box for all eternity. What are you saying? Only Ava returned alive. Even though the police claimed it was an accident, the public didn't believe it. Then she took over her husband's company, and the harder she worked to make it more and more successful, the more enemies she made. In the eyes of the public, she became viewed as the queen of a vast criminal plot. I'm sure she wanted to tell people what really happened. The truth that no one would ever believe without proof. Bit by bit, Ava's heart began to snap. You rejected Ava just like everyone else, so she rejected you in turn. You were the last two members of your family, and your relationship was completely strained. Each time she compared you with her beloved son, she grew more and more twisted and broken. Then, a strange message bottle was picked up and became a topic of conversation. It contained a bizarre story, one which told of a mysterious serial murder related to the gold on Rokenjima. Everyone rejected the explosion accident theory and started to think up conspiracy theories. Some of these theories named Ava as the culprit, which tormented her even more. But Ava used even that to create the cat box. And until the moment of her death, she protected it. She protected the lock that held the cat box shut. So, no human would ever reach the truth inside the cat box. Not unless the witches who crossed the Sea of Fragments opened the lock. This is the truth. You're lying. You're lying. Lying! If this was actually true, you'd be able to say it using the red truth. But you can't! Of course you can't! Ah! Anjay, calm down! Anjay writhed with such strength that the chains on her arms and legs looked like they might snap. All over her body, a red, gooey liquid started to seep out. It was as though cracks had opened up all over her and blood was leaking out of all of them. What's that? You want me to announce it clearly with the red truth? Then I'll do that. Just for you. This is all truth. No! Anjay's scream covered up Byrne's red truth. Stupid kid. If only you hadn't made me say that, I could have shut it up inside the cat box. But you did tell me to, right? I knew you would, of course. And I so wanted to see you scream like that. What a lovely expression. One that'll keep me laughing for about 100 years. Go back to being scrap meat. Mom! Dad! It's a lie, right? Lies! Lies! Anjay! Anjay! As Anjay held her head and screamed, the blood dripping from her finally grew so thick that it started scattering all over the place. Then bit by bit, her body began to melt. No, to fall apart. Then bits of her began to pile up on the chair, until she was nothing but a pile of guts and scraps. Is the truth really such a precious thing? How absurd. How foolish. Why can't humans control their own truth? They stupidly search for the truth like that's all that matters, and when they finally find it and can't stand it, they turn themselves into scrap meat. Hey, are you watching? Claire, you wanted to hide this truth too, didn't you? For fun, you wrote several Catbox tales and sealed them in message bottles like the end of one of those mystery novels you admired. Then you threw them into the sea to save those who would suffer if they knew the truth. You sealed everything in a Catbox, and Ava provided the lock. And I've sliced that box open for you. All that effort you spent to hide it's gone to waste. I've exposed all the truth you hid with your death. Is that what you've been after? You did all of this to insult Claire's death? And then you showed it to Anjay to make her suffer? You really were an evil witch after all. I've been a witch the whole time. And a traveler whose only goal is to escape boredom. Care for it and love it while it's alive, then eat the guts while it's dead. That's how witches live. What you've done is unforgivable to me. You've hurt Anjay and humiliated Claire, the person I would become in another world. I cannot forgive you for this! Leon, despite all of this, you are what Claire longs to be. Even after death, she longs for it. From the moment that Claire was thrown from the cliff, her fate was already sealed. I'm sure it gave her a little bit of salvation to know that another her lives in happiness in another world. That's right. I'm her salvation. So I must live life to the fullest. Live life for the both of us. Leon, let me show you just a bit more to the tale of this truth. I'm not interested. Don't worry. It'll be very interesting. After the duel between Ava and Kyrie, the guest house is wrapped in silence. Let me invite you to the parlor at that point in time. The parlor? The one in the mansion? Brancastel snapped her fingers, and the scene of the mansion's parlor unfolded before them. In the cruel tale they had just been shown, the parlor hadn't been particularly important. Jessica had been summoned to the parlor, but she was then immediately led to the dining hall and killed there. So there had been nothing in the parlor. And right now, there was nothing in the parlor that appeared before Leon. Just what is supposed to be here? As you can see, there's nothing here. But watch. I'm about to show you something interesting. If you call it interesting, that's a sure sign that it isn't. Go on, take a look. It's right there. Right in that corner. Bernkastel was pointing at nothing more than a corner of the room. There was nothing there. She had told Leon to look there, so Leon was expecting something terrible to be there. But there really was nothing there at all. That's right. There's nothing there. At least not in this world. But what if we peeked into the next fragment over? On the white, blank wall, bit by bit, a splash of blood seeped into view. Then, right there, a corpse appeared. But that couldn't be.
This is... me?
It was Leon, lying dead against the wall. Ushiramiya Leon's corpse lay there exposed.
What's going on here? Why am I here? This is supposed to be Claire's world, not mine. Claire and I can't exist at the same time, right?
Yes, that's right. That's because I just switched worlds, switched fragments. Switched to your world, that is.
I don't understand.
It's very simple. They both end the same way.
I don't get it. Why would I be dead here?
In your world, on October 4th, 1986, Beatrice's funeral was held just before the family conference.
Yes, I know that. And for me, that happened today, a short while ago.
From that time until late that night, do you know what happened?
Nothing at all. The cousins are all going to play together, and the whole family will have dinner together.
Then that night the family conference took place. You were going to succeed the headship when you turned 20, right? Was the entire family satisfied with that, I wonder?
I don't know if they're satisfied, but the decision has been made. The head made it himself.
Looks like even you don't believe they were satisfied. That's it right there. Kinzo adored you more than anything, and tried to make an exception and set you up as the next head. Of course his children wouldn't have been happy with that. The siblings objected to having Leon succeed the headship. Even Kraus joined in, saying that Leon was still too young. Then, on the night of the family conference, Kinzo tried proposing a difficult riddle.
You don't mean...
That's right. The riddle of the epitaph. As you can tell by the mechanism set into the chapel, Kinzo thought up the epitaph trick near the beginning, when the mansion on Rokenjima was being built. He had the romantic idea of someday using it as a test to select the next head. Kinzo decided to present that riddle at the family conference. Did he plan to give the position of successor to the person who solved it? Or did he promise to reconsider Leon's position as the head if it was solved? Either way, Kinzo was confident. He was confident that no one would be able to solve this tough riddle which he had created himself. After that, everything happened exactly like the truth you just saw. The siblings solved it right away, and there was a clash over the pile of gold. Then Kyrie and Rudolph carried out the late-night murders to prevent any chance of the crime being discovered the next morning, and an outcry being raised. They called the kids out from the cousins' room one by one, then killed them. But as the first of the cousins, you were the first to be called out. Then Kyrie shot you dead right here in the parlor. No, that's not quite right. You're the Ushiramiya Leon from the early evening of October 4th, 1986. So I'll say it this way. Tonight, Kyrie will shoot you dead in the parlor.
That's... insane! That's right, probability! Just like the miracle called Leon only has a slight probability of arising from Claire, Aunt Kyrie must only commit murder within a tiny probability close to 0. Aren't you the witch who specializes in finding extremely improbable worlds?
That's correct. I had to find one fragment out of 2,578,917 in order to discover the miracle that is you. However, it was very, very easy to find this result for your world. After all, probability isn't a factor. I'm a witch who can find any miracle no matter how unlikely it is. But I can't find things that don't exist. If the Witch of Certainty really guarantees that something's certain, even I can't win against her.
But... then...
With a 2,578,916 out of 2,578,917 probability, You live in the world as Claire, are toyed with by an inescapable fate, and meet with a tragic end. And with a 1 out of 2,578,917 probability, you live as Ushiromiya Leon, and are killed by Kyrie tonight. In other words, your fate, no, the fate the two of you share, traps you in an inescapable dead end, a hell of fate with a 2,578,917 out of 2,578,917 probability. To put it another way, it's a certain fate with absolutely no chance for a miracle. Too bad for you, Claire. No, Beatrice. A bright light seemed to turn the whole world white. Then, the next moment, they were back in the theater. As Claire stood absolutely still on the stage, the tip of Bernkastel's Reaper's scythe traced a line across her stomach. A red line was drawn across her white skin, exposed now that the dress had been cut and black blood began to seep out. Beatrice, trapped in that inescapable, certain, locked-away pair of days, you became a witch who could give birth to endless possibilities within that 2-day cat box. In exchange, it was absolutely certain that you would not be saved or rewarded. However, you had a dream. You dreamed of Ushiromiya Leon. You consoled yourself with the thought of a miracle world where you could have lived in happiness and would never have become Claire. I really worked hard to find Leon. As Beato dreamed, Leon's existence was a true miracle. And at the end of your funeral, I wanted to show you that even with that miracle, you couldn't have escaped this tragedy. Faced with the little bit of sky that could see through the bars of the jail that imprisoned her, the witch called Beatrice dreamed of a world where she might have been happy. However, the sky beyond the bars was also part of a larger jail. The more I hear it, the less I understand about you. Why? Why would you do something like this? I lost a game to Beato, so I wanted to get back at her. Yeah. Now I feel a lot better about losing that game. Hey, Beato, you watching? Can you see this? And do you remember? Remember when I promised you that there would be absolutely no miracles? So, Leon, allow me to return you to your world right before Beato's eyes. It looks like the witches of theater going are all sick and tired of those happy family get-together scenes. So I'll send you to the moment just before Kyrie shoots you. Then I'll make sure Beato witnesses that moment. Die, puke spittle, Leon! The last hope of puke spittle Beato! Bernkastel raised her Reaper scythe, swung it down with gusto, and plunged it deep into Claire's stomach. Did you think you'd get an easy death? But humiliating a corpse and tearing out its guts is what I'm best at. Heartlessly, ruthlessly, brutally, she swung the enormous blade buried in Claire's stomach back up towards the heavens. Along with a vertical line from Claire's stomach to her chest, the blade cut deeply, slicing Claire open. Her red-black innards jutted out, and then, like a dam breaking, they burst out of her stomach, covering the world with dark red entrails.
Steal the Italians' gold, you say? You coward, Ushiromiya! And you call yourself a soldier of the Empire?!
Father? I do love and respect you, Father. But your feelings are something I am... Why? Why did you save me? Why didn't you let me die? Because of that terrible injury. I've been forced to live in a body like this. I never wanted to live in a body like this. This body isn't even capable of love. What's the point living like that? That's right. I'm furniture. Furniture! Why? Why didn't you let me die back then? When I came to, I was in the parlor of the mansion. When did I get here? I heard a sound behind me, then slowly turned around. I'm there. Sorry. Please don't take this personally. I could see down the frigid barrel of the gun Aunt Curia was pointing. Then, slowly, she pulled the trigger. I could feel a razor-sharp wind pass through my body like a knife slicing through butter. Prepared for death and hoping to see my fate until the end, I slowly opened my eyes. The world had been cut in two. Curia was frozen in place like a statue, still pointing her gun with a cold smile on her face, and had been cut in half at an angle, the top part of her slowly sliding off to the side. No, that wasn't quite right. That wasn't right at all. It wasn't just Curia. The whole world had been sliced in half at an angle and was slowly sliding off to one side. Fissures seemed to appear across the world, and before I had any time to process it, the world shattered. You!
When you own a cat, you tend to pick up their habits.
He pointed at Bernkastel with the tip of the pitch-black sword that had sliced the world, glaring at her. What's this? Are you saying you came back here on a whim?
There was no way you'd end things on a happy note. Do you really hate Beatrice so much?
You think I'd let her win and get away? I have to pay her back in full for the humiliation she caused me. When I hold a grudge, I don't forget about it for 100 years.
You're a gloomy person.
Please, you mustn't ignore my heart.
Are you okay, Leon? Hey, what's wrong?
Leon had suddenly doubled over, groaning.
My chest hurts. It's...
Will roughly grabbed the hand that was pressed against Leon's chest and tore it away. Blood was seeping out of the place that Leon's hand had been. It was the place that the bullet would have entered if Curia had shot Leon. Leon's body's already in the process of accepting its fate.
Leon, hang in there! Damn these chains!
When Will tried to pick Leon up, he finally noticed the chains attached to each wrist and ankle. What's this? Are you trying to take that kid and escape? I won't let you. Leon needs to cough up blood, despairing at the fact that there's no hope in any of these worlds. We're all here to watch Leon die in agony and despair.
Leon isn't a show.
Will swung his pitch-black sword and destroyed the chains binding Leon. The chains and shackles shattered into little bits like glass, then vanished. You intend to get in the way of my fun?
You are God. All you can do is sneer at fate. Leon's fate is decided by Leon. You can't use a human's fate like a toy.
You got guts saying that to the great Bernkastel Witch of the Senate. I have no more use for you either, get it? You've shown that Beato's fantasy is a mystery and cut it to pieces. You've fulfilled your role. I would have let you be if only you just left quietly. Now that you've strolled on back here, you can hardly complain when I make you my plaything, can you? Come to me, my sweet little kitties. Scratch them up and tear off their skin! Peel them like grapes! When Bernkastel clapped her hands twice, countless pairs of glaring jewels appeared all around Will and Leon. They were clearly cat eyes, but their breathing sounded far more terrifying than any cat.
I'll handle this. Trimming kitty nails is nothing new to me.
The number of jewels surrounding them already reached into the thousands. Will pointed his sword in one direction after another, warding off the surrounding cats.
Get a grip, Leon. You haven't been shot. Don't accept that you've been. No, don't accept that you're going to be shot.
Leon tried to fight an incredible tearing pain. No, it was a fight against the promised future that Bernkastel had shown. However, the gouging stake representing that future, which the Witch of Miracles had guaranteed would hold absolutely no miracle, was firm and merciless. Bit by bit, and yet unceasingly, it continued to pierce Leon's chest.
Listen up. I'm gonna break through their perimeter for just a second. When I do, you need to run with all you got. Don't change direction. Just keep running. It doesn't matter where to. Just make sure you get far away from this place and keep on running no matter what happens.
I'll try. To the best of my ability. If I can't do it, please forgive me.
If you can't, never say die. I won't let you. Claire won't let you. Did you forget that you're Claire's 1 in 2,578,917 chance? If you give up, you're betraying all the other yous in countless worlds. So don't lose heart. Keep on struggling and struggling. Don't look for a miracle. Be one.
Be a miracle.
You're gonna reach a happy future. You can't give up, and you can't complain. Just try complaining one more time. I'll be the one pinching your ass.
Okay.
How very confident you are, telling this kid to be a miracle when you stand before the Witch of Miracles. Miracles are no more than fantasy. Grovel in the world that's been convicted as a mystery, and die horribly like a worm. The witches of theater going are looking forward to watching it.
You call that mystery? You think I'd ever accept a mystery without heart? Let the cat who wants to be made into a shamisen strike first. What a pain. Let's have all of you at once. I'm Willard H. Wright, SSVD's Chief Inquisitor. This'll be the final time I draw my sword!
Trash him, kiddies. At once, all of the cat eyes opened wide, undulated and spun in a spiral, then swallowed Will up. But Will and Leon were not swallowed up. As though a balloon had expanded around the two of them and burst, the cats that had flown in at them from all directions were now being launched away. Oh, not bad.
I don't give a damn about your kitties. It's just that mama cat I care about. Bernkastel, Witch of Miracles. It's about time someone trimmed your claws.
Another flash of the black blade spun in a black tornado and scattered the cats once more. Leon, realizing that this was the opening Will had planned to make, ran all out, hand on chest.
Will, I'm running.
Diana has a weak stomach. Make sure you only give her warm milk.
Huh?
Before Leon could ask Will to repeat what he had said, Will had already leapt onto the stage and was now confronting Bernkastel. It was like the climax of a show. Loud cheers erupted from the pitch-black audience seating. On either side of Claire, who lay with her insides exposed, stood Will with his pitch-black sword and Bernkastel with the scythe that could harvest miracles from fate.
Kyria and Rudolph were the culprits, and they massacred the people on the island. They called Leon out to the parlor, then shot Leon to death. Sorry, but the concept of mysteries rejects this truth of yours. This is all fantasy.
Fantasy? You're calling it that to try and let Leon escape fate? By all means, try. number 1. It's forbidden to have a crime without all the clues presented. Will's black sword had cut through Berncastell's body at a diagonal angle. However, it had no effect, like cutting the reflection of the moon on the water. What's this? What do you mean by clues?
I won't accept your mystery with Kyrie and Rudolph as the culprits. You won't find clues showing that they're the culprits no matter what game you look at.
Of course you won't. Even if they did exist at one point, the whole island blew up.
Which means there aren't any clues. And that means that this is no mystery. It's fantasy.
Huh? It's impossible for an unprovable truth to become truth in the human world. In other words, even the truth cannot leave the cat box. Are you trying to shut the truth inside the cat box? Is this how the mystery genre is supposed to fight? With a laugh like the howl of a wild animal, Berncastell carelessly tossed her scythe aside. You're not even worth fighting. Get over here, puke spittle. Try and cut me all you like. I'll listen to all you've got to say.
The 20 wedges will pierce every part of your heartless mystery. Here it comes!
And when you realize that you can't defeat me with those 20 wedges, you know what'll happen next, right? Come on. I'll play with you. And these 20 wedges of yours. Don't leave yet. Trying to ignore an incredibly painful chest, Leon kept on running and running without stopping. I dashed out of the theater of the witches of theater going, then ran through an incomprehensible world of blackness. Mirror with the $2, when the seagulls cried, one was left alive. Before I knew it, I was running through a place that looked like a sea of stars, or maybe the bottom of the ocean with stars scattered around. If I get careless for a second, I'll probably trip. No, if I get careless, I won't be able to tell whether I'm running or just making running motions as I freefall, endlessly sinking deeper into the ocean of stars. I just kept on running without any goal or target. I mustn't stop moving. I mustn't fall here. If I fall, I'll crush the hope of the Mies in countless worlds. The happy world that the Beatrices dreamed of. I'm their last hope, the only one who can reach that world. Even though I understand this, the witch who controls miracles has declared there will be no miracle, and the truth that she thrust in front of me with those words gouges cruelly into my chest. Sorry. Well, my body can't. Leon finally succumbed to the fierce pain and fate, and fell over. Leon's body was held roughly from behind and lifted up. Will, you're okay?
No, not really. Don't give up. Didn't I tell you I'd pinch your ass?
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But that day, the place, is where I was fated to be killed.
That's right. All humans are fated to die in the end. Does that mean their lives are meaningless? Of course not. What a person's life means, what it's worth, what it is, these are things a person decides for themselves. So what if fate's been forced upon you? Don't accept it. Create your own world for yourself.
Well, your left arm.
Right. Must have forgotten it. It'd be a pain to go back and get it now.
There were rips all over Will's body. Also, his left arm had been brutally torn off from the elbow. His clothes were in tatters, and he looked like a blood-stained scarecrow. Then, Leon noticed. Though this place had once felt like a sea filled with stars, both above and below them, those stars had now gathered together and were surrounding them. That huge number of stars, grouped in even-number clusters, all glared at the two of them. Will was holding Leon with one arm. He couldn't take his sword out. However, he didn't let go. He was determined to let Leon escape from here, and to lead Leon towards the happy tale that the Beatrices had dreamed of. Through the cats, whose eyes glowed in the empty darkness, the queen of cats who permitted no miracles appeared. Willard, put Leon down. If you do, I'll let you go.
Go file a protest with the Great Court. You can put it up for debate.
No. Please.
I won't leave you behind. Let me tell you why I quit SSVD.
Come to think of it, even I don't know that. Why'd you do it?
It's because I got fed up with all those damn sob story mysteries. We're gonna survive and make a happy ending. I'm gonna show her. Beatrice died in despair thinking that there were only bad endings, and I'm gonna show her that a happy ending can exist. So I will never put you down. You can take the rest of my left arm, cats. I'll give you my legs too if you want them. But I am not letting go of Leon here. I'm gonna let Leon escape your bad ending if I have to crawl out of here.
Are you okay with that, Leon? Will's planning to die to protect you. You don't want that, right? Go ahead and tell him to leave you be and save himself.
Well, yeah.
Please! Don't leave me here! I'll survive, for certain! And so will you!
That's the spirit.
As he said this, Will held Leon tight.
There you have it. We'll keep on struggling on, Burkestel. We won't give up on this chance of a...
We won't give up on this chance of a miracle! I'm amazed you can say that when the Witch of Miracles has promised you that there will be absolutely no miracles. So long, you two! Go collect dust in the depths of oblivion, unable to even die and disappear! Come, my kitties! I won't tell you to kill them. There are no more scenes for these two pieces. Put them away. A billion, a trillion, a quadrillion cats all bared their fangs. In the starry sky of cat eyes, countless flesh-colored mouths opened, exposing countless teeth. The world was wrapped in flesh and blood and fangs. And now, the hidden tea party. Still left. Pining Tree, it is not that long. The hidden tea party is actually pretty short. Two white pieces were set on the chessboard. The countless black pieces surrounding them were packed tightly together, not even placed on the squares anymore. Then, Bernkastel tipped the two white pieces over, and took them off the board. May I end it there? Yes, your reading truly does fit my ears well, my Miko. As you wished, I've scraped out even the inner parts of the guts. Was this enough to check your answers with? Yes, I'm very satisfied.
Using the answer you've revealed as a key, I will go back through all of the tales so far, opening the locked rooms like treasure boxes one by one. It's fun finding the key, and it's even more fun to stick it into all the locks. You've done well, my Miko.
Menlo with the $5. Will might have only have one hand left, but Leon has two. Well, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
From this point on, I would like to enjoy my thoughts alone. This has been enough.
The Witch of Theatergoing sat back in her rocking chair, a satisfied smile on her face as though enjoying a pleasant aftertaste. There was no need for a game board anymore. She just had to go back in her mind, through the whole set of tales, to check whether her theory was right or not. It seemed to leave her pleasantly drunk, even better than the most expensive wine. Are you done with me now?
You have done well, my Miko. I absolve you of your duty. I will return to my slumber. I'd like to enjoy this pleasant dream for a few more centuries. And when I grow tired of that, you will find yet another tale to keep me entertained. For those centuries, which will pass in the blink of an eye, I grant you your freedom. Splendidly done, Bernkastel, my darling, darling Miko.
That's not my concern. Just shrivel up and die, won't you? So long for the rest of time.
You call a few more centuries for the rest of time?
Featherine's consciousness slowly faded away. As the owner of the study's slumber grew deeper, the lights about the room slowly darkened. Good night forever, Ow Aurora. You don't need this game board anymore. I'll take it. Bernkastel reached out toward Beato's game board, which lay on the table in front of Featherine's rocking chair, and tapped it twice. The game board and the pieces flew into the air, folded up and put themselves away, then landed on Bernkastel's outstretched right hand. I still haven't had a chance to do any real game mastering. I just did Beato's funeral. That and tearing out the guts. I still haven't done anything. Bernkastel's smile twisted evilly. Then, the game board floated up once again, and a world unfolded itself above Bernkastel's palm. Now, pieces of Beato's game, I'm going to have you spin a truly brutal tale to truly entertain me. Tremble with fear of the absolute fate you've been promised, by the name of Bernkastel, Witch of Miracles. And as the final game master of Beato's game, I proclaim it. Though just saying it would be boring. Maybe I should follow Beato's rules and say it in red.
Good idea, I think. Looks like there might still be some witches with naive dreams.
Ah, Lambda, see you're here. Of course you are. You're always where I am.
Go on and say it. You tell those naive dreamers.
Yes, I will. As the Witch of Miracles, and as the final game master, I proclaim the start of the final game. And I make you this promise. I will not give this game a happy ending. A single girl was crying in a desolate, quiet chapel. She was a small girl, only 6 years old. The girl who would for 12 years starting now lament the fact that she wasn't on the island on October 4th and 5th, 1986. Then, a man appeared. The man noticed the girl, walked up to her quietly, trying not to scare her,
and put an arm gently around her shoulder.
Oni-chan.
I've been looking for you, Anjay. The girl jumped into her big brother's chest and started crying again. What's wrong? Why are you so sad?
Today, a kid in class bullied me. He said the people on the TV were saying Mom had ties to bad people. So he said that Mom and Dad were the culprits and that they probably killed everyone. I asked Auntie Ava, hoping she'd say it wasn't true, but she didn't say anything. Mom and Dad aren't bad people, are they? Are they?
Poor thing. Everyone says whatever they please about what might have happened on that island on that day. Sit over here.
Okay.
When the man pointed to the floor, a group of gold butterflies gathered there and created a chair. The girl obediently sat down on it.
You know, don't you, Oni-chan? You know that Mom and Dad aren't bad people, right?
Yeah, of course I know that. I know that none of them were bad people.
Then tell me, what happened that day? What happened on Rokenjima?
Okay. I'll tell you. This is what happened on that day.
Is it a scary story?
Come now.
Is it a sad story?
Of course not.
Then, what kind of story is it?
You can decide that for yourself when you hear it. It isn't a painful story at all. So listen up.
Okay. Butler Oni-chan.
On that day, we all went to Rokenjima. There were a lot of us. It was an important day, the day of the family conference. Where should I start? This is the final game made just for Anjay. Listen, Anjay. This is what happened on Rokenjima on that day. It isn't sad or painful at all.
And there you have it. Let's check just to make sure there's nothing we've missed. I read the SSVD thing already, right? Let me just do it just in case. One of the repentance enforcement agencies supervised by the Great Court of Heaven. Its area of jurisdiction is the 8th District. The SSVD has a long history, even by the standard of other enforcement agencies, and is known for its strictness and fundamentalism. Many say that the agency is at odds with the times, but is also highly praised by some for still continuing to preserve the basis of the spirit of the law. It is traditional for the agency's chief inquisitor to inherit the name Right. And just to get this real quick, because I didn't want to stop in the middle of the scene to explain this one. A shamisen is a traditional Japanese stringed instrument similar to a fretless banjo. The name of the instrument comes from its 3 strings. The membrane stretched over the hollow body of the shamisen was traditionally made from cat skin. So, thus explaining the threat. And let's also go to the characters menu just to make sure if there's anything that we missed here. Hello. Atler? You don't, okay. Sure. Does it do everybody else? Nah. What about Leon? Nope. Alrighty. Well. Then there we go. I guess we will put on the map pats for a moment. Though, again, I don't really think there's much left to discuss theory-wise at this point. Unless, you know, speculations on what's going to happen next time. But, you discuss among yourselves while I get fan art pulled up. Either way. Hold on, I gotta mute desktop audio for just a second. Okay. I just had to make sure of something real quick. So let me go ahead and get this art sorted. Take me just a minute. Got this. Okay, there's all those. Let me check the Discord real quick. Seems all assorted. I think we should be good, hopefully. Alright. Let me pull the window back up. Acha. Alright. So, let's read what you guys have been saying in the chat for the past few minutes. Okay. Indigo. The way Beatrice has been positioned as a scapegoat in a lot of situations, it is very interesting that the real series of events has her not even kill anyone. Yep, I was waiting on that one! It's quite the build-up to reveal that. But it sure is something, isn't it? Atchpose has one big conspiracy theory. But where is it? I don't see it. Did you put it down yet? I guess I'll wait. Seditious. Episode 8 theory is that the final game going to be the truths with a good and bad ending, leaving it up for interpretation, maybe even a third for the Leon game's truth to get them that miracle. Okay. Indigo, with the long message. Thinking so hard about Umineko in terms of a tragedy. Every character has a crucial flaw which ruins everything in the end. With stuff like Battler and Sayo, Battler doesn't realize that something is wrong, whereas Sayo doesn't even think anything can be done. Kraus isn't qualified to be the head, Ava is, but she really shouldn't be trying for the position in the first place since the whole family is BS and Kinzo's approval would be bad. He himself is motivated by trying to recapture the only joy in his life by any cost and is enabled by others at every turn. This can be applied to everyone, and zooming out at a macro level, the whole story is telling you that yes, things could have gone better, but they wouldn't have. Nobody could make the right decisions. Byrne found a fragment where things improved, but they didn't really. I think to a certain extent you can call BS on Byrne. She's the one who ensures miracles can't happen, and the truth we're shown make a few leaps in believability. I can easily envision a version of events where people weren't stupid and Byrne either isn't looking for that fragment with that or can't find it because she has no love or something, but I feel like the story is not about that. Especially with how Chiro episodes have paralleled questions episodes. Episode 4 had a big point about trying to find happiness in a bad situation rather than finding some miraculous way to avoid that situation, i.e. it's inevitable. I think episode 8 is going to do that too. Very, very interesting read, and I agree with you about pretty much all of that. Theory of what happened to Battler, since we don't actually see his fate in the truth shown to Anjay. As far as things left to answer I can think of. Something worth wondering about, definitely. Yuri cannibalism. Yeah, the scene at the end of the tea party with Kinzo Gold, Kuatrice, Sayo's breakdown is like genuinely one of the most important scenes, but it can kind of get forgotten. Yeah, it is. Yeah, they fly by that one a little bit, but it's definitely worth paying attention to. ERA. I'm a bit afraid because Byrne really hates Beato, so what could be her move? I'm thinking of showing this cat box to the world and never letting Beatrice rest, but not opening the box. Okay. Bazinga Girl moment. Kyrie was telling a lie. I think this has been accepted by a portion of the Umineko fandom, but she was lying to Ava about Anjay. Why did she wait and talk to Ava instead of shooting her immediately? It was a lie to make Ava to protect Anjay if Kyrie lost the duel. If Kyrie was a monster, then Ava wouldn't be. She loved Rudolph and Anjay even if she committed evil without love, spends the chessboard. Spins the chessboard around. Why would Kyrie confess that to Ava of all people? Look at the heart. Why did Kyrie smile when she heard Ava say the truth would be locked in the cat box? I agree with you on this one. I have always held this position. I have always believed this. There are reasons why I believe this that extend even further from what we've read now. It still doesn't change the fact that Kyrie is a piece of shit, murderer, and that Ava went on to do what she did to Anjay. But I do believe that. I do genuinely believe that Kyrie, because one of the reasons I especially believe that that's bullshit, what she said was bullshit, I mean, is that she made it so clear how attached and grabby and fiercely jealous she was over Rudolph. I really do not think that she would have spent that much of her life on this one man and then just been like, actually, it doesn't really matter. I don't really give a shit about it. I think she's lying through her teeth there. But she knows that Ava is a very responsive, emotional person, so she thinks I think in her position, she thinks well, fuck. Rudolph is dead. I'm screwed. I'm definitely gonna get killed. There is no hope of me getting out of this situation. I just failed. I just fucked up. Period. It's over. So at that point, her thoughts pivot. Okay, what's going to happen to Anjay? What's going to happen to my child? And if Ava's the only one left to take care of Anjay, she doesn't know if Ava has any interest in taking care of Anjay whatsoever. So what does she do? She riles up her mother's fury. She's like, I didn't give a shit about that kid. In fact, I wouldn't have even wanted her around, just to make Ava mad. That way she'll be like, oh my god, how dare you? How could a mother do anything like that? And then she'll feel like, I need to protect this child, therefore she has secured Anjay has a place to go to, because if Ava doesn't take her, then where does she go? The Sumideras? Do you think that would be much better for her, knowing what we know about what the Sumideras wanted to do with her in the first place in episode 4? I can guarantee you that that would not have been a good situation for Anjay, so I genuinely believe Kyrie was just looking out for the best outcome that Anjay could have gotten at that point. So, that's just what I believe. Spooky Star, not really a theory, but I feel like the fate of Battler will come into play in the finale, as we didn't explicitly see him getting shot by Rudolph or Kyrie, hoping for a life though. Well, we did have that read about Battler being dead before, but we'll see. Menlo, I actually have to have an argument to make. The one snippet during the autopsy where we hear Yasuda called himself furniture for the first time is IMO a smoking gun that Genji was gave for Ginzo. Okay, let's see where this goes. Genji was there for that scene. He knows furniture doesn't mean summoned by magic. He knows it means someone with a body that is unable to consummate love. So by adopting it, he, in his quiet way, expressed his own lifelong struggle as a man who loves someone, but has a body such as that as a male, that he knows his love would never be reciprocated. That is an interesting reading of that. I've never actually thought of that before, and I kind of have to give you props. Well done. Very interesting read. Okay, Atropos. My one big final theory is that Deathbird and I cooked up together. Featherine plays as Toya, but she isn't actually Toya. Toya is actually Battler, but for some reason he is unable to go to her, possibly because he's in a coma. Question marks. Anyway, I don't have a lot of time to write this in, but this is my last wild take. I said there were 3 parts, but I did lie, except I guess this is. Okay. Yeah, so you're saying that Toya is Battler and that, Hachijo is basically acting in proxy, and saying, I'm Toya. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. I have not much more to say about that. But, yeah. Okay. Bailey, I love how this episode really makes you think about the humanity of Ava. She knows who killed her whole family. She could have ruined Anjay's life with that info, but till the end, she played the part of the villain. It would never justify how she treats Anjay, but fuck does it make me feel bad for everyone. Yeah, it makes Ava very complicated. Because on one hand, yes, she does still do all of that really terrible shit to Anjay, and I do believe there is actively, like, hatred motivating her actions, and that fucking sucks. It's awful. But, on the other hand, I do think it is very telling that up until the very end, she still does not reveal that information. Because, yeah, like you said, she could have used that information to easily torment Anjay, to make her life way worse than it already was. But she doesn't. She never does. And, yeah, I don't know. That's just, yeah. I think about that a lot. Also, I posted something in the stream tag just now as a prank. Well, okay, let's see. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you know, if you're sure, then... As long as you're cool with it, then... We'll run it back. I've always found it interesting that Kyrie brought up how she wouldn't hesitate in the plank of Carnids in episode 6. It frames her motives as one of those. It's inevitable, so why not us? Without love, etc. Interesting. I've seen a lot of people also speculate about the number of years Kyrie says that she waited to escape her hell in episode 6, not making, like, a whole lot of sense, unless you think of it from a meta angle of, like, within the fantasy scene, she knows when she died, so she's like, oh, in death, I will have Rudolph forever. Which is, like, I don't know if that's what it actually means, but it sure is fucked up to think about it that way. Pining Tree. I don't want to completely repeat what I said in the Discord, but there exists a fragment where Go to Triche exists and him seeing Beato play with Maria corner her and her spouting something about how being a professional in a field does give a form of magic. Goda gains nothing from revealing Beato, even if he was revealed, but from time to time, when he makes a small slip up, he thinks it's magic. That... the golden chef rises again. Oh boy, oh boy. Dark Every Heart. Remember the Tanabata side story? It is really just a tragedy all around how they both rejected each other. In the end, Ava allowed her grief in that situation to twist into hatred against Anjay. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks all around. Obviously, Anjay can't be blamed for this, necessarily. She was literally a 6-year-old girl. But, you know, you can understand why it still fucked Ava up, too. Not that that makes anything good. Like, it just, all of it sucks. Actually, I lied. Do not show it. Okay, I won't. You got it, boss. Understood. Also, still kind of wondering what Anjay saw in that one scene. It would have had to have been left in Kodorian to avoid getting blown up, so maybe that could narrow it down. Maybe, or maybe there was another one. Oh. But I don't know. There's no evidence to suggest one way or the other. The Tanabata side story implies some wild things about Burn. Is the Witch of Miracles a spontaneous, unintentional Anjay thought form / fantasy being like Protogap was for Yasuda? I have my thoughts about what Burn represents to Anjay, and I am going to save those thoughts for episode 8. Because we need to get into episode 8 before I talk about that. All right, I think then we are good to go on to art stuff. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm dragging this window over here. Oh, last minute Discord art from Eva Curry? Gotcha. Go get that. Wow. Very good. Very good. Alright, now we've got everything. Let me get those matte pats off the screen. And get the fan art layer up. Here we go. Alrighty. So, first, we have this from Chiyoko Arts on Twitter. Gloomy Squid's OC was just so cute, had to draw her. Very good. And following from that, we also have this one. Made another sketch of a Headless Minds OC from Umineko. It's my first time drawing more masculine features, but I think I did pretty well. And continuing from that, we have... Here's another sketch of an OC belonging to Pining Tree, Kezia, the Witch of Immortality. And, of course, as well, we have this. Yet another sketch of one of Pining Tree's OCs. Their name is Loopy, and they are the Demon of Uncertainty. So cool to see this whole little lineup. I really love you guys' OCs, and I really love your art, Chiyoko. It's like got such a nice, like, soft, like, pastel-y sort of style to it. I really like it. I really dig it. And, again, like I always say, I'm always super glad to see you guys drawing each other's OCs. It's very wholesome. Very, very good stuff. We have this from Naka_Noruoki on Twitter. I've had a really hard time processing what was revealed recently, but today I reached the full understanding. I wasn't there for the grand reveal, but for her. A very quick sketch before bed to capture the feeling. Thanks for reading it for us, Marcy. And thank you for watching. Dav got a last minute art in as well. Let me get that. I'll have the link open so I can throw it in there. Oh, Callan says Kinzo and Beato's bios change if you execute them? Okay, let's interrupt art real quick to do that. The man who will eventually become the final head of the Yoshiramiya family spent half of his life living lethargically as a human puppet. Because of this, his mental age remains young and does not grow. Thanks to the fascination with the West that he held since he was a young boy, he is highly proficient with the English language. And... where's Beato? Beato! Beato, where are you? An Italian. Her father was a high official in the RSI, a vivacious woman who did not lose that personality even after living a long time in a submarine. Since she was the only one of the Italians who could speak English, she began to form a close relationship with Kinzo, who was likewise the only Japanese person who could speak that language. Kinzo recalls that their meeting was when he learned what it meant to fall in love. This meeting had a great effect on his fate and that of Rokenshima. Interesting. Yeah, you can't execute Claire. Okay. Anyway, back to this. This is really, really cute. I really like this style a lot. The yellow highlighting color is really sweet and perfectly conveys the emotion. The little paper craft is... ooh, hurts my heart, but when doesn't Beatrice hurt my heart? Very, very good work. You have this, if it would load. When the siblings finally solve the epitaph, surely nothing will go wrong. Let me mute that. I'm just being careful about music. But thank you, Gloomy, for this. This. Oh, boy. Next, we have this from Pining Tree on Tumblr. Arts and bit different as I'm learning some new brushes, was checking out the Ars Gotia list of the 72 great demons and found one I was amused by to the point that they deserve to be Umineko-fied. I present to you Murmur. She is the 54th ranked demon and a master of necromancy. Her skills are particularly respected in her ability to not just revive the dead, but their knowledge as well. This makes her a favorite furniture to have for many theater-going witches. Murmur is, however, a very quiet demon who tends to let her revived subjects speak on her behalf, and when she does speak, her voice is as soft as a whisper, so it is easy to miss. As a result, Murmur is known to make a terrible reader, a conflict with all theater-going witches who summon her must deal with. While Murmur is content with the company of others, she tends to relax and spend time doing her own thing, and is most comfortable with others who are just as aloof. While she is rare to show anger, Murmur represents those who desecrate the dead and will drone curses in her silence. Very cool. I like this design a lot. The colors, too. You did a really good job with, like, this sort of, like, texturing. Very neat. And we also have this on the side here with Barbados. Bird buddies. They don't actually talk, just parallel play and vibe. Fair enough. Seems good. Barbados would probably prefer not to chat with many people anyway, so it works. We have this from Dingo's Trash. Being up to date with the streams is truly maddening. I am bouncing between feeling like I understand everything and despairing at what I now understand. Please enjoy this Maria I drew to feel better. And potentially spoilery art under the cut. If you're up to date with Stream 27, it should be fine, I think. And let me go ahead and get that up. Ha-cha-cha. That, which is really, really cool looking. Holy shit. Like, goddamn. It's based on Alice's second Noble Phantasm in Fate Grand Order. It was rattling around my skull for hours after I finished last stream, so I had to draw it. I'm quite happy with how it turned out. Yeah, no, you did a fantastic job with this. Maria as well, obviously. But, like, yeah, goddamn. This is such very powerful imagery. Very, very good job with this. It hurts me, but, you know, what doesn't? We have this from Cringe Moth on Tumblr. Now that I've finally caught up with the VODs, I can finally present what little Umineko art I've made so far. I was watching Nezumi's VODs of Umineko last month, and it's been stuck in my brain ever since. So first, thank you to NezumiVA for making such an accessible, beautiful, and impactful way of watching Umineko. I am terrified of vulnerability and being seen in media, especially by tragedies, as I've gotten hurt by what they say about me before. However, Umineko is one of the few tragedies to get through to me the beauty of feeling something that can only be provided by the vulnerable feeling of offering your heart to be seen. Without love, it cannot be seen, after all. Now for the witches. I present my partners and my witches OCs. The Witch of Dusk and the Witch of Growth. And let's pop over to this other image here. The Witch of Growth is a girl that was part of an incredibly lonely game board long ago. After figuring out she was a piece and demanding to be free, she was thrown into a logic error as punishment. She spent many years trapped in a logic error as punishment. After a while, the girl had been trapped in the error for so long that she had changed enough to understand the error differently, and therefore found a way to escape. There are some witches that say she went insane in there, and that the cracking sound of her sanity snapping was the fertilizer that allowed her magic to grow. Now, as a witch, she spends her days collecting the worst human pieces she can find and putting them on a game board to fight. Oh boy. She claims this is to make the pieces better people, but she actually does it to entertain other witches and her favorite person, the Witch of Dusk. Makes you a Danganronpa story. Similarly, the Witch of Dusk was also a piece from a lonely game board from long ago, where she died young inside of a hotel pool before she was found by the Witch of Growth. The Witch of Growth had been watching the game and liked Dusk's character enough to give her a little magic boost. Not much is known about her other than that she has a fondness for liminal spaces as the setting of her games, and she is easily amused by her partner's antics and genuine belief in her human pieces. While her partner has an obsession with watching things grow, the Witch of Dusk enjoys watching the fall and/or setting of something. She spends her days gathering pieces and watching as they deal with the setting sun. It is thanks to the Witch of Dusk that the Witch of Growth was able to find her way out of the logic error. The Witch of Dusk managed to find her in the setting of her sanity, and as thanks for the little amount of power that pushed her to become a witch after death, Dusk gave Growth the strength she needed to escape. Toxic Yuri with a bit of time travel, as inspired by Lambda Burn, Anjay, and Mammon. Anyway, enjoy the witches. Thank you so much. Very cool. I like this concept a lot, and also, who doesn't love a good Toxic Yuri? Very good art as well, very cool style, very cool colors, like just overall very, very good stuff. Thank you for your submission. We have here This from Pining Tree, another in the sharing of universes. Have some art of Jamie. While the owner of this OC is not here, Gloomy Squids is the culprit behind Jamie's original design. Oh, talking about on Tumblr, because it's headless. Yeah, very good, very good.
Very good.
We have this from Indigo on Tumblr, now at Torrential Stardust. Umineko Witch Sona, Indigo Witch of... and Initiative. Please don't make fun of me, I'm not used to expressing desire like this. I did this as a fun witch design for myself, but also as an indulgent, aspirational self-portrait. The initiative in the title refers to the will to progress life. A year ago, I knew that I probably wasn't a man, and I had diagnoses for my neurodivergence, but lately I've been actively seeking out ADHD meds, changing names, I got breast forms last month, and even as recently as 2 days ago, I found a good place to get HRT from. Congratulations! By the way, if you want to help me pay for that, comms are still open. The estradiol's like £45 per month, and I currently get money by begging my conservative mum for it. Very understandable. Consider commissioning Indigo. The question marks refers to the self that is yet to be discovered. I still have a lot to do before I become who I really am, but I'm glad that I've been able to get as far as I have with the aid of lots of wonderful friends, many of who are in this read-through group. I'm not sure if this read-through specifically sped me up, but I do know that everyone here has been very nice. It's given me a space to experiment with my identity, and part of me thought it would be cool to try and one-up my bestie Mitt, who came out as non-binary after reading Homestuck. Thank you, everyone. I'll try to make some furniture OCs next week, and then IDK. I do want to try drawing everyone else's OCs. That'd be fun. We have limited time left for this particular VN, but it'll be fine. It will be fine. Trust me. Happy birthday, chat. I love you very much. Sincerely, Indigo. And some extra doodles on the side as well. And I have big boobs, but the shoulders are bare because I don't need that stupid bra anymore, and I'm taking care of the dog that's my past self. Shut up, I don't have parental issues. God, I am so cringe. You can do whatever you want forever. I'm making the boobs bigger. Very true. Self-indulgence, always a good thing, as far as I'm concerned with this. And a really cool self-design as well. Very, very cool. I really like the colors here, the shading, the shadowing. Just, mwah, really good stuff. Excellent work, as always, Indigo. I mean, like, you know, at this point, I always say that you do excellent work, but you truly do just pop off every time. We have this from Nessy on Tumblr. That's Nessssy. Big grand thanks to NezumiVA for changing my life by starting the Umineko live streams, of which I've just caught up to. I wanted to share a silly anecdote from a few months back. Around my watch of stream number 9 or number 10, I had a dream about Anje and how her story would be in episode 4. All I can remember is she was born a witch and lived life in the meta world while sometimes coming into the human world to interact with her cousins. The only ones who could see her were Battler and Maria, and they were all really good friends. In episode 4, Battler would somehow run away from Rokenjin with Anje and defend her from Bernkastel's games. Also, Anje was transgender. The art is how the episode's portrait looked like. That's just canon. That's just true. I've decided it right now. A few days later, I got to Anje's introduction and popped off and jumped up and down. It felt like fate, and I was really happy. That's so sweet. And I really like this. This is really cute. I like this a lot. We need somebody to draw this Anje design more. I encourage everybody to draw this Anje, please. Nezumi, use gold text responsibly. If Yasuda is showing every single summonable servant's thighs, you can get away with this. Exactly. Exactly. Very, very, very good. We have this from the Discord, from Gloomy Squids. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust, illusions to illusions, and dreams to dreams. Such a good scene. 10 out of 10. Very, very good. I really like the background here with all the glittering, and also very good posing. Just very, very cool. Good job. We have this from Sad Boy Alert. Finally got to actually catch an Umineko stream. Is it bad to say that I hate them all? Person who hasn't watched everything. No, for real, why do they all suck? Tee-hee. Sad Boy, you have to go back. You have to watch over the whole thing, please, now, immediately. But, thank you so much. This is really, really cute. I really, really like this a lot. Both my witch design and also Barbados as well. That's why you asked me for her reference, I assume. Absolutely fantastic, as always. And I'm glad that you included some of your patented doodles, as always, too. They're like some of my favorite parts of the art that you submit. I always look forward to it. Very, very good. Thank you. We have this from... Oh, yeah, Evie Curry. Yes. Sorry, because I have OBS on, it was blocking out your full username on Discord. Sorry I tried so hard to draw something incomprehensible with so little time, but I present to you Sea Cats on Broadway. I fucking hate this. And Battler Mouse.
But what is it based? Why would you? What?
These are actually really cute designs, though. I love the little collar on Leon. And the specific fur that you chose for Will too works really well for him. The little patches, very sweet. I have a couple that I need to add now, so let me do that first here. Just paste and go. Okay, so we have this sin chart from the Deathbird. Sorry for being blunt, I'm on a time crunch to get this out. Pride A, very sure of herself, kept her heartless feelings to herself for image sake alone, also, you know, doing things for herself. Envy A+, hates Battler due to her being her lover rival's son, has a lover's rival at all, willing to kill her lover's rival. This woman is full of envy, however, her obsession with her husband ends after his death, not on par with Kinzo, however. Wrath S needlessly brutalizes someone she was going to kill heartlessly either way. Heartlessly kills at the drop of a dime. Was it out of anger? Maybe, maybe not, but I ask you, is doing something unneeded emotionless. Sloth D, DYI everything. Greed A, she killed for money, among other things. Gluttony C, normal human levels. Lust A, affair, obsesses over her husband, willing to kill to keep him. No time to total her sins. Sorry. No worries, you've got a little bit of time to wrap that up. Now that you understand, I assume. But yeah, you pretty much hit it out of the park on this one. We've also got, in addition, this from Dav on Twitter. Figured after all of that, we could use something a little more lighthearted for art time today. To celebrate the release of the Ace Attorney Investigations collection, watch my video about it if you haven't already, please, thank you. I put our favorite successor in waiting in Edgeworth's Fit based on the key art. And this is really, really good. I think Leon would absolutely rock the Edgeworth suit, honestly. That'd be really, really funny. Now I'm just gonna need to see Will in the Phoenix suit. I mean, his last name is right. Kind of seems like it would only fit. Oh man, they really did just speed run their relationship, huh? Oh, and we've got a draft for Rudolph from Deathbird as well. So obviously this probably will not be the finalized one, but let's go ahead and look at it anyway. Sorry for blunt. Pride A, Envy D, shows no interest in other things. Wrath B, needs to be changed to late change. Sloth A, killed by the stake of sloth, also lets his wife do everything for him and complied with her murder plot. Greed A, killed for money, did money crimes. Gluttony B, smokes a lot. Lust A, flirts with any woman despite being married, did an affair. Did an affair. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure that we'll see your adjusted, like, complete read in a while, but, like, that pretty much sums it up pretty well. Oh, man. Rudolph with the Sloth. Rudolph with the Sloth. We can get into Rudolph with the Sloth, but I'll get a little bit more into Rudolph with the Sloth, later. And yeah, I think that's just about everything. Let's give a quick little sweep through everything real quick. Get all these wonderful contributions. Well, I mean, it's missed the Maria from Dingo's Trash, but that's because I replaced the link. Hold on, let me put it back up again. There you go. There it is. This Calypso. Paradise Punch. Very, very good. Well, it's been quite a stream, everybody. And I hope y'all are ready for episode 8, because it's coming. It's coming fast. No break next week. We are riding on ahead. Episode 8 starts next week. I look forward to sharing it with all of you. Episode 8 of Umineko is genuinely one of the most important pieces of fiction that I have ever read. Personally, to me, it changed my life. It genuinely... I will not overshare, but I will say it did a lot for me in a time when not a lot would do anything for me. And it did what I needed it to do. I hope that for some of you, it will do a little something similar. So, I hope to see you then. And until then, thanks for watching. Bye, everybody.